Justice for all.
Thank you. Let me introduce everybody. To my far left, we have Administrator Schroeder, then Commissioner Huxley, myself, Commissioner Gold, Commissioner Boyce. I don't know where our council huddle is, but when he comes in, he'll be in that seat. And then we've got John Jesuit, Administrative Assistant. So let's start by talking about amendments to the agenda. Are there any?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add to a regular agenda a piece addressing Curry County Commissioner travel budget. I'd like to discuss adding to the $5,000 to the Commissioner budget, and I'd like to add that to the agenda today.
Okay, and where do you want to put that? Under regular agenda?
Under regular agenda, that'd be basically item number, let's say 13B.
Okay. Any other amendments to the agenda? Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item F12, the reading, amendment of the ordinance on the road fund, House Bill 3135, to remove that from the agenda. I don't think we need to spend any more time discussing that. We've spent a great deal of time on that, and I don't think it bears any progress for the county.
I don't think that's discussion myself. I thought it was a second vote. Yes.
Yeah, that is correct. This is just a second reading of it. We've had the discussion. We've had a public hearing on it. Basically, this is a second opportunity in case somebody else wants to give feedback on it, or if we made slight changes. There were a couple slight changes to the ordinance per commissioner direction that Mr. Huddle had put in there, and so this would be the point where you would adopt the ordinance.
Okay, I'm against that. I don't know about you, Commissioner Huxley?
You're talking about
Deleting.
F12? You're talking about F12.
F12, yeah,
This
deleting
is the one
that.
that we unanimously voted to approve the first
Right.
reading, all three commissioners.
Right.
And now a commissioner wants to pull it.
Yes, we've spent a ton of time on this.
That's
So I'll repeat.
not logical, so I would recommend we leave it as
Okay.
It's time to
As
remove
is.
it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other agenda amendments? Do you have any more?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner
Okay,
Huxley?
I'd like to just on the consent calendar, just for discussion, I'd like to pull E5, 6, and 8. Discussion or questions.
Okay, so I'll put those right before F.
Okay, 10:05.
Okay, any other
Yeah,
amendments
yes,
to the?
Yes,
Okay.
okay. Pull E5, 6, and 8. On F9, this was put on, it didn't meet the standard policy submittal, but, so this is a question for Administrator Schroeder, because the administrator has the authority to put it on if it does not. So my question is twofold. Were you aware it did not, and did you authorize it to be put on when it had not met the minimum requirements as far as the agenda routing slip?
What particular issue did it not meet the
It didn't have any
requirements?
memo explanation as far as the purpose, why. And it says in the policy that's required, but the administrator has authority to put it on anyway. So my question is, again, were you aware of that, and did you authorize it to be put on?
I was not
anyway?
aware that there had to be a memo attached to
Okay.
it. I said there had to be a AGRS to that, and I instructed Mr. Boyce that there had to be a AGRS for something to put on the agenda.
Okay. I refer you back to the policy you know, for future on that.
Thank you for that recommendation.
Yes. On the executive session K, it appears this is, for all intent and purposes, a done deal. I would recommend that we just discuss this in open session. I see no purpose by not doing so with the documents that were put out there in the agenda packet. So my recommendation is we just discuss that. We delete executive session and discuss those items at that point in an open session.
It's my understanding the board can decide not to go into executive session. We're at the point with the 223 union where we have the tentative agreements. Our negotiator, Bruce Bischoff, has signed off on it, and the union's 223 negotiator has signed off on it. We're looking for board direction to say that you would agree to the terms of this, at which point we would basically interject and put those back into the entire contract, send it back over to the union would ratify it, it'd come back to you at the December 5th meeting for a vote and an order approving the contract.
And all those terms that
That was out in the packet, yes.
reference, they were in the packet.
Yeah.
They're all in the packet. So
Yeah, the
was
financial
public.
implications is
Yeah.
the only thing that I have that is not in the packet. I have a spreadsheet with everybody's
Correct.
names and numbers and as far as, salary, and those are the things that the board might want to consider. The question is, do you want to approve that wage increase language? And if you have no intention of changing the recommended percentage wage increase, then there isn't any reason to go into executive session.
Commissioner Boyce?
Just, Administrator Schroeder, do we have a specific time for executive session? Should we continue with that agenda?
I had coordinated with Bruce Bischoff for 1:15 to be available to call if so needed. If you had specific questions for your designated union negotiator.
How do you feel about the executive session? Do you think it's necessary, or?
I would be fine taking on executive session. Normally, I mean, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of issues for the board to discuss confidentially at this point. I think I would recommend, and my recommendation, as you saw in the packet, is to approve the tentative agreements. I was just going to go over the financial implications of that. In addition, I was also going to go over the administrator's recommendation for, at the same time, raises for the non-representative staff, which I would want the board to consider. So those are things I would like to discuss in executive session, but if you want to discuss that in the open, I'd be fine discussing that. This is part of basically.
That changes things a little bit.
Yeah, I think an executive session would be best for that.
That's not part of the executive session.
That's listed here, you're right.
It's absolutely not. part
Wage
of the-
increases?
Oh,
Not,
No,
read
this
the ex-
was
read
the labor
statute.
negotiations.
It's not even part of it.
Okay.
Commissioner Boyce?
But it can be, and maybe should be part of it. I mean, if
I
it's an
thought-
issue that we
I-
need to discuss,
I
then-
thought it was something that the board should be aware of as you're settling labor
Absolutely.
contracts, that there are other issues that you have to consider and other financial considerations that the board should consider as a whole package, not necessarily as a standalone issue. But if the board does not wish to consider that, I'm fine with that.
well,
I'll bring it back at December 5th meeting then.
Okay, that's,
I would support that, but it does not.
well, it
with
certainly
this
needs to be
reference-
discussed.
With this statutory reference,
Yeah.
it would not even be allowed to be discussed.
That definitely needs to be discussed, I would say.
So it would be
That it needs
illegal
to
to-
be in an executive session.
it would be illegal to discuss it today in executive session.
You'd
I
have
don't
to
get
ask
it.
With what's noted, that's
You could
correct.
ask the attorney that question.
Correct.
Council Huddle, what's your opinion?
Did you catch that?
Executive sessions are permissive. It typically says the Board of Commissioners may meet in executive session for the following list of purposes. So it's not a requirement to be in executive session. However, the limitation for executive sessions is you can only speak in executive session. You can only go into executive or closed session on the certain listed limited items. What, if I'm following the conversation correctly, Mr. Schroeder wants you to consider an executive talk about the union contract in executive session, you cannot talk about this standalone issue of everyone else's salary in executive session. What I've heard the board say here is, we'd like to talk about that at some other time. So that's the analysis.
Commissioner Boyce?
And you said you could do that December 5th, general meeting?
Sure.
And then, okay, great. Then-
Okay, so question, do we want item K 17 and 18 to be out of the executive session?
Sorry about that.
Pull it from
Just pull
executive
it?
session and
Is everybody
discuss it
okay
in
with
open,
that,
in
or-
open session.
I think you have a consensus, Madam Chair.
Okay, good. So any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, could I get a motion then to approve the agenda as amended?
I would motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Do I have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Call for the question?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on, public comments. We've got a number of public comments, and in talking to individuals, even though some of them are further down into the agenda, these folks preferred to have them under public comments. So that's where we're going to have all of them. Mary Rowe, you're up first.
Thank you. Should I move this thing?
Just so we can hear
Of course
you.
you can.
Uh-oh, I broke it. I'll just hold it. Should I hold it?
That
Will
works.
work?
We just have to be able to hear you.
Okay. I am Mary Rowe. I was told several days ago that today would be the beginning of a lengthy decision-making process about how to deal with the challenge of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision. But in light of recent troublesome events in Brookings, I fear that the next Curry County BOC meeting may find you voting on an ordinance. Thus, I very quickly jotted down a few points to present to you today at the last minute. In addition to choosing an option that would best ensure the safety and ability to function of the entire community, and one which would be cost-effective and easy to enforce, could you please also consider what would be the most reasonably humane to our homeless people? We are in the midst of a wicked housing shortage, one that is resulting in good people, old people, and disabled people becoming homeless, sometimes on the streets, with no safety nets, such as shelters. Even the Outreach Gospel Mission has closed. Affordable motels, as rents have recently gone way up, and with fees in state parks having recently gone up. And one of the two shelters in Coos Bay has now closed. We had $98,000 and chose not to establish an emergency weather shelter. Please imagine that you are out in the cold, wind, and rain with nowhere to go. Could you please consider 9 p.m. instead of 10 p.m. as a sleeping start time at night? It is now our cold weather season. People will die. 41 homeless people whom I have known in Curry County in the past 11 years have died. Please consider the needs of all of our people, including the homeless. Thank you.
Ms. Rowe,
Commissioner Boyce?
you mentioned Coos Bay. One of their shelters closed. Do you have information on that, or would you have that available?
It's THE House, and it's now being utilized for the mentally ill. That's where the money was, and so that's what they're doing. And so that leaves the Outreach Gospel Mission in Coos County, and Coos County has to take care of their own people. So we just don't have any place to put our people currently.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. David Barnes? Okay.
Trying to fix this.
Gordon Clay? You can do it.
Gordon Clay, Brookings, Oregon. Remember me? I was here 113 days ago describing a 15-hour wild goose chase of someone who was in a major mental health crisis trying to find someone in this county who could help. I requested of the commissioners that they see to it that whomever is responsible for mental health in Curry County immediately develop and distribute to all stakeholders, including local mental and physical health professionals, a suggested protocol that includes 1, where a person in crisis could go immediately within Curry County for a risk evaluation, diagnosis, and possible drug prescription, including the establishment's name, address, contact name, phone number, and hours. 2, what to do after hours. 3, if those services aren't available in Curry County, where is the closest services? 2 weeks later, 2 weeks passed and I had heard nothing, so I came back on August 1st repeated my request. Since I still haven't heard anything and no one has contacted me about the issue, I'm back to see if there's been any progress. I just hope no one has experienced this issue and killed themselves in this period of time. New subject. Veterans Day will be celebrated by some Sunday and Monday. It is a day to honor and give thanks to those who have served and are serving in the military. Sandwiched between the excitement of Halloween and Thanksgiving, Veterans Day can sometimes go unnoticed. Think about this. Talk with kids to help them understand its significance. What makes a veteran? Adults often describe veterans as soldiers, people who wear uniforms and live on military bases. And of course, these are all true, but they can be very abstract to kids who aren't familiar with military families. It's likely that kids encounter many veterans on a regular basis. They just don't realize it. There are currently over 3,100 veterans living in Curry County today. You might consider talking to your kids about one, people who they know who are veterans, family, friends, school staffs, church members, store clerks, etc. They're everywhere. A soldier's job, and if you served, what it's like to be a soldier. Things that soldiers sacrifice to keep our country free, family time, holidays, special events with their children, personal safety, and freedoms that we have as Americans. Be a model for your children. When you see a veteran or pass a soldier in the airport, simply say thank you. Our kids learn from us. It's a simple act of gratitude, but it means so much. One caveat, by the way, Curry County law enforcement has dealt with at least 42 suicidal subjects and 1 mental subject in the last 113 days.
Thank you, Gordon.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Boyce?
quickly,
Brenda, could you come here for just a second? Sorry.
okay,
Go ahead with your comment. I just
thank
have to
you.
short-
Mr. Clay, when you wrote us on November 4th, since then, have you had any contact with Curry Community Health? Aaron Porter?
Well, remember, they pulled it
Why?
because
Okay.
Ken was going to come up with the different, they changed the name of the board,
Yeah.
so we moved it to the 5th. They're going to change the name.
You need to be on the mic, Gordon.
I have been in 2 meetings with members of CCH and actually asked at one of them, and I have gotten no feedback.
Okay. I'll work on that for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Yeah, probably the copy thing.
Okay.
Okay, next, Connie Hunter?
I'm Connie Hunter, and I'm a proud resident of Curry County in the city of Brookings. Of course, I couldn't not come and speak about veterans this close to Veterans Day, but I do want to fine-tune something that Gordon said about Curry Community Health. He came out to our advisory board meeting, and at the end of the meeting had time to talk directly with Aaron Porter. I thought some of the details might have been worked out. So I don't know if that's been communicated to Gordon or not, but I know that the opportunity to speak with Aaron was arranged and took place at that time. So back on track with Veterans Day coming up on the 11th, and of course Monday, the observed holiday. I can't not salute some of the veterans who do good work in this county. And the people that jump out and stand out is Orchid's David Hubbard. His work with our homeless veterans is fantastic. And every day he gets better and better and more connected and provides more for our homeless veterans. Our food bank, our South County Food Bank, is chaired by a U.S. Air Force veteran, and our assistant warehouse manager is a female veteran, and were instrumental in making sure we were fed in South Curry County during the Checobar fire. But with the new board that's happening, I want us to really focus on not forgetting veterans in all our planning, whether that be housing, healthcare, mental health, workforce development, or the college. It's really important to keep our veterans in mind, not just our aging veterans, but our veterans who are considering staying here and going to school. One thing I'd like to mention, our veterans groups are aging out, and many of our volunteers are starting to have to retire. Let's try and recruit younger veterans to participate in our veterans groups. And this Veterans Day, we honor veterans in a special way, but every other day of the year we should also serve them, and let's not forget that. And one small reminder, as we look around the room and we know who are the veterans in the room, then who are the family members, and we also see our supporters who came out to the VA Healthcare Summit 2.0, the citizen-driven initiative. I feel like it was successful. I know we're going to get more staff because of that for our VA healthcare clinic. We are blessed in many ways just because of the number of veterans, service members, and family members that live in Curry County. Let's honor them with dignity and respect in our planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Okay, moving on, we've got a star, Brenda Starbird. She gets her 5-year award. So, John Huddle.
Hey, Brenda, you have to come on up here.
Does she get a little star to put on her forehead for today? Or
No,
something
she
like
just
that?
gets a lapel pin.
Oh.
So hi, I'm John Huddle. I'm County Council. I've been here since January of 2016, and it was my great fortune to get a good job here at the county that also came with a outstanding administrative assistant. She has a wealth of knowledge, and I know someone said it seems like she's been here longer. I technically think Brenda has been here for more than 5 years. She was here, and then she left, and then she came back. But it is with great appreciation that I present to you, Brenda, your recognition for 5 years of service.
Thank you.
And that's your plaque. I don't know if there we are. Here.
Hold up, there you go.
There you go, there's
Perfect.
your plaque. And there, and then this is your pin that I will put on your
Forehead.
No, this isn't the Navy. Here
Okay.
we go.
Pin me.
Yeah. Right. So, and the comment about the Navy, a buddy of mine was in submarines, and he said they would take those pins and put them on you and pound them right into your thing without the backing on it. So, anyway,
Thank you
that's just an
very
explanation. I
much.
have all respect for our branch of the military.
So,
Brenda, thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda, how many years were you here previous? How many years were you here previous?
About 11.
So have you gotten a 5-year pin before and a 10-year pin?
I don't know. No.
Oh, darn. You could have had 2 5s and a 10.
And I know that if any of you have had the opportunity to work with Brenda, I know you all have, you know that everything I'm saying is true. She's just fantastic. So,
She
really,
is.
thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. Yes,
I know
certainly.
I didn't sign up, but I just wanted to say, actually, Brenda worked for me in the commissioner's office, and Doris was your aunt, right? Yeah. And Doris Brewer was her aunt, and she worked for the Board of Commissioners with Commissioner McVeigh, Hanscom, Regan, and many before that, Worschel, lots and lots. And her mother also worked in mental health, so she's from a Curry County family.
Former, Madam Chair, former Commissioner Olds was in the
Yeah.
office today. Commissioner Olds was sure glad, yeah, he was sure glad to
that
see you,
Lloyd
by the
Olds?
way.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
wish I'd seen him. Okay, supplemental budget for veteran service, Louise Kallstrom.
We've asked Louise to come up and explain basically something that was approved earlier. Louise was at an in-service and was not able to come, and in reviewing the tape, Louise reviewed the tape of our discussion. I probably did not, give 100% understanding of it, and so she has come to help give a little bit better understanding of the item.
Louise Kallstrom, County Accountant. Actually, I didn't view the tape. I've been preparing for the audit, which starts next Tuesday, so I didn't have a chance to review what the discussion was on that meeting, but I did hear there were some questions. So if I could help in any way by answering those questions, even though this has already been approved, I just want to make sure that everything's clarified.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
We raised some questions, but I don't remember. I didn't go back to review,
Okay.
to see what questions.
Where is your steel trap mind?
Louise, I think one of the questions that came up, I remember, when you're looking at Exhibit C on the particular document and you're looking at the grants, you have the existing budget of like $48,000, then you have a negative budget change of $4,800, being in a new budget of $44,000. And you get down to the bottom and you have a change of $27,000, but you're actually adding
Okay, so what?
30 something.
Yeah.
Just
So
walk me through that.
One of the things that happened was our budget's reviewed by the state, the Veterans Office that gives us the money, and the budget the existing budget that we approved last spring was over the amount by about almost $10,000. So we print out our revenue and expense report and give that to them to show what our budget is. And they wanted to see the correct amount of revenue that's coming from their offices, from the state offices. So we adjusted that revenue down to the actual amount that we will actually receive this year. They also wanted us to show that we're not supplanting the extra money that we got, because they basically doubled the amount that they're giving to the program. And so what they wanted to see is that the county is supporting the veteran services in the same amount it did before that we got the extra money. So that we needed to have a budget that provided from the general fund at least the $49,000 that they had before. So in order to do that, we had went through and looked at what we needed to do to what we needed to spend the money on. So we made decisions about adding I think another hour to the irregular support person, and then also an assigned vehicle and a new copier, and the resource to provide revenue expenditure budget for the resource fairs. So the reason that we increased our expenditures by $27,000, but brought over $37,000 is we're looking at the expenditure budget, and it's $135,000. We reduced revenue by 10 because it actually did not exist. So we needed to provide the general fund support by 39 as opposed or 37 as opposed to the 27, because we did reduce our revenues by almost 10. So that's what the difference is in providing support for these extra expenditures.
Commissioner Huxley?
Well, your reference to the 9 or 10,000, I understood from my recollection, the question was what why the $4,800 $4,800 reduction in each of those, that the actual grant was not 48,000 or 49,000, it was $5,000 less approximately. That was the reason. I mean,
Yes,
there
it's actually, the grant is those two numbers added together. So instead of $97,000 revenue from that we're going to get, that we budgeted to get from the grant, we're getting 88.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So it was a reduction.
It was a
not
reduction.
what you thought it was going to be, and
Yeah.
hence the, separate them, the way they are here. You reduced each one by about $5,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Louise.
Okay.
Homeless camping enforcement memo, John Huddle, County Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for the board. And in your packet is a memorandum with a few supporting documents. Essentially, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in a case out of Boise, Idaho, made a decision, and it's a narrow decision. And the decision basically announced a former decision that was vacated called Jones v. LA. But essentially what it says is, if there are no available shelter beds, then law enforcement cannot arrest people who have no place to sleep if they're camping on or sleeping on public property between the hours of 10 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. That's a paraphrase. So essentially, the memo that I've written says, essentially gives that guidance to the Sheriff's Department that if there are no available shelter beds, the sheriff should not be arresting folks who are homeless involuntarily and camping between those hours, trying to follow the law. The other law that we do have to follow in dealing with homeless folks is there's an Oregon statute that requires a local government to have a policy when removing homeless camps. And that policy requires a posting of notice 24 hours before removing the camp within, in both English and Spanish. And then if a camping, materials, tents, sleeping bags, clothing, stoves, whatever happens to be there, are removed, the sheriff can inventory those and hold them for 30 days to be picked up by the individual claiming ownership of them. So really, that's the nuts and bolts of it. There are other elements of our code, and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals case, just for a little background, I don't want to get too complicated, but it's based on the Eighth Amendment's constitutional prohibition of a government imposing cruel and unusual punishment on people who are criminals.
Aren't criminals.
Who are criminals.
Gotcha.
Or criminally treating people as, and then the idea was that, well, to be a criminal you must commit a wrongful act, the actus reus, and then you have to have a mens reus, the culpable mental state. And what the doctrine of the court says is, well, this is not, and the act has to be a voluntary and conscious act. And so the court doctrine has extended a line of cases. The Jones case was an extension of a line of cases that talked about whether an act was voluntary or not. And so that's where they said if they're involuntarily homeless, they're not doing a criminal act. And so that's where and then they also borrowed a federal statutory definition of homelessness, which talks about overnight accommodations. So the court cases are very narrow, and they apply only in the context of criminal action. There's an argument that the statute and the Oregon statute and the humane policy of removing homeless camps is actually not a criminal process. So perhaps the Eighth Amendment in the cases wouldn't even apply. But regardless, we are allowed to enforce no trespassing, no camping. I personally don't think the county has a no camping ordinance. I think we mainly go with trespassing. And just for the record, trespassing is being on property owned by someone else, both public or private, without the permission of the owner or person in charge of the property to do so. So it's pretty broad. So bottom line is, even though the Boise case, I think it's Martin v. Boise, says that you can't criminally prosecute involuntarily homeless people who are sleeping overnight on public property, the reverse implication of that is that then you can prosecute people who are homeless if they are sleeping or trespassing on public property when it's not overnight, so during the daytime hours. And then if we were going to enforce our code in that respect, we would have to follow then the county's humane policy on treatment of homeless individuals, which means even if we could say you're trespassing during daylight hours, we would still need to post notice 24 hours in advance, so they'd have a 24-hour notice that we were intending to remove their stuff, and then they would be able to get their stuff back from us. And really, that's the long and the short of it. It's, to me, the decision was, again, it was a resurrection, if you would, of a case that was vacated through a settlement. And then it was also, we also have, with our existing policy that we've had in place, the humane policy on removing homeless camps per Oregon state law, which requires consultation with available resources and shelters and folks who provide services to homeless. I think we could be seen to be complying with the cases. And then I understand, this came to my attention when there were some people camping in tents at the Port of Brookings Harbor. Our sheriff, and I support the sheriff in taking a cautious approach in light of the Boise case. Our sheriff communicated to the folks at the harbor that because of that case we couldn't do anything, which again, we just were taking a timeout on enforcing before checking with lawyers. And so after checking with me, and I've checked with my colleagues who deal with this area of the law, I've given the sheriff direction that he can enforce trespassing, being on public or private property without permission or being told to leave during daylight hours on homeless people, so long as he complies with the 24-hour notice and the inventory position of the property. Really, that's all I had, unless there's any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Huxley?
Will that, there's county jurisdiction and then there's city, this is a question, there's city jurisdiction. So the county, one question is, the county does not have jurisdiction over the Brookings Library, for example, area. Is that correct? That would be the city of Brookings would have jurisdiction there? Or the tax district of the library?
Sure. I
Which is
see
in
what
the city of Brookings jurisdiction.
Right, I see what you're saying, and so it's a mixed answer. I don't want to get too fancy here,
okay.
but there's I used to be a lawyer for a city, and our local police, for lack of a better word, didn't like it when the sheriff would enforce the laws within city limits. But there's an argument that a sheriff may have jurisdiction over the entire county. But there's also a statute that says our laws, the ordinances that we adopt on our own, do not apply within city limits. So if the sheriff was I don't want to get too complicated, but the bottom line is, I would be surprised if our sheriff had to go to a library, because it is in the city limits of Brookings, and the city limits of Brookings has its own police department.
Okay, so you pretty much answered my question.
The shorthand answer is yes. It's not our jurisdiction to enforce things at the library.
And one additional question. We had the issues up the North Bank Road. So we're going from one thing, we're camping in a tent, if you will, and then the North Bank Road scenarios were perhaps camping in tents and or RVs. And I think to take that a little bit further, you had commented in looking at exactly where, or somebody had looked at the location of some of the vehicles. Some were in the right of way for the county road, some were not. You know, apparently there were some questions there, but so how might that be handled? Because I would expect that that's still a pretty hot topic in that location, you know, is my understanding. You need, and if you give notice, you post notice, if somebody moves or if somebody else, you know, they trade places, you know, or is it just that if you post in that particular geographic location, that will suffice regardless of who's there, so long as you believe they were there for at least 24 hours?
Right, so it's a good question. What would constitute giving somebody 24 hours notice? Again, my past experience in a different jurisdiction, we dealt with this question. We had a creek going through the center of town. The creek was overcrossed by several local city roads, and the underpasses of those road bridges, you know, over the creeks were a common and frequented place for homeless folks to camp. We posted a permanent notice there, so the notice was up for the 24-hour minimum because it was permanent, and therefore it met that requirement. So then we could go in and you know, move the camps in that policy. And they had a similar policy because it's a state law that every local jurisdiction, city and county, should have such a policy. So my opinion then is that we could permanently post that, you know, you can't camp in a particular location, and that would meet the 24-hour notice. And then we could, you know, essentially humanely remove the camping areas.
So I have a question relative to that. North Bank Road, pretty long road. How often would you have to post signs to enforce that?
Okay, well, I was talking about a permanent sign.
Well, even permanent signs.
Oh, you mean how often along the road?
How far between signs?
Well, I think it's a visibility thing. You know, the sign, you have to look at it. So as long as you could see it, you'd holler, and that's, you know, that's going to be a real question. But again, I think the general rule would be if you can see the sign, it applies to you.
Okay. Commissioner Boyce, you had some comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looks like you did some good research 32 years ago from the Commissioner Board. I want to read just a quick paragraph, but it's in an order adopting policy concerning removal of persons camping on county property, September 1996, by the way. Whereas, and it gives the OR number, requires Curry County to develop and implement a policy for removal of homeless persons camping on county property, which recognizes the social nature of homelessness and ensures humane treatment of homeless persons who are removed from camping sites. Did you include that? I mean, I'm just for discussion, I didn't know we had a problem 30 years ago that would have caused the commissioners to implement this, and also how it affects us now, and if it's a benefit to the county, to the homeless, to all the above, what your thoughts are on that?
Well, my thoughts are that our policy complies with the mandate under the state law for developing a humane policy on the removal of homeless campgrounds.
Very good, thank you.
Administrator Schroeder?
Thank you. We had looked at, I worked with Richard Christensen concerning getting a budgetary line item. Maybe we might address with the budget committee come spring concerning posting that road every so often. We haven't done the analytical work to see on the North Checo Road how often we have to do that to get visibility, but we'd be working on a budget issue to say how many signs would we have to put up to do that. We have removed, through our code enforcement officer, we have removed a couple vehicles or campers that have been on that road, and we've taken them to CRT, and we've had some very good success on that. So
did we get our 20% off?
Yes, we did. And so I think it's one of those issues, you know, instead of going to the expense of posting that entire South and North Bank Road with signs that are visible from the locations, which would be very expensive, thousands and thousands of dollars, I'd like to deal with that on an individual basis unless it turns into such a problem that we need to invest in permanent signs everywhere.
Commissioner Boyce?
I heard from some people at Pistol River when they put the signs up on the state whiteouts, you know, viewpoints, and there's so many signs, and of course they're trying to calculate the cost of that overall, which is, as you say, I think a factor. And the general consensus was too many signs, and so they just kind of responded that way.
I think there was a song in the 70s about that.
Yes, I tucked my hair up under my hat, went in to apply.
We don't need to go there, but yeah.
I won't sing, I promise.
Well, that was before my time, so.
Sorry.
Signs, signs, everywhere a sign.
Okay, moving on. Publication of financial reports. Louise Kallstrom.
Introduction for this was we had a previous meeting. Commissioner Huxley had inquired about one of the statutes that we have, ORS 294-250, and with that I instructed Finance Director Kallstrom to come up with a summary of how we're complying with this law and what we'll be doing in the future. Ms. Kallstrom.
Okay, so yeah, I got a notification to review our compliance with the ORS 294-250, the publication by the county governing body of schedule of expenditures and statement of proceedings, manner of publication and notice. So the memo that I put out says it's only addressing the subsections of this ORS that I felt needed to be answered. So subsection 3 asks for once a year that the county publish the individual gross monthly salary of all regular officers and employees occupying budgeted positions. And the county actually currently posts this master payroll list on the public notice bulletin board right outside of this room, and also in the on the bulletin board on the first floor of the courthouse. And number 5 says that the publications required under subsection 1 shall be made by posting singly or in any combination at the county courthouse, at the public libraries, or on the internet. So subsection 1 requires a concise statement of governing body proceedings. It requires accounts payable checks. Actually, it requires checks over 500, but we have 2 accounts that we do that. One is accounts payable checks over 500, and also the payroll liability checks. Actually, you get all of the payroll liability checks because we can't run it for just over 500, so we just run our payroll liability list. So currently what we're doing is we post those 3 reports on the bulletin board outside this room, and we also post it on the bulletin board on the first floor of the courthouse, and we post them on and around the 15th of the following month. We also mail those 3 reports to all the libraries in the county, and then we are, as of this morning, posting those 3 reports from subsection 1 on the internet. And subsection 6 says that that we also publish once a month, either in a newspaper or on the internet, or both, a notice, and we've chosen to do this notice on the internet. And the subsection 6 defines what needs to be included in the notice, and so I gave you a statement that shows what the current notice is as of this morning, posted on the internet, of where that the reports are posted and available for review, and where those locations are, and that the master payroll list is posted and available for review, and where that location is, and also a statement saying that copies of all of the or part of the posted information may be obtained from Curry County upon request and upon payment of a fee not exceeding the actual costs incurred by the county in making copies of this posted information. So I think that we are now, one of the problems is on the compliance of the notice that was required to be monthly. The copy of the ORS that my assistant had was very old and did not even mention the website. And when I asked her about that part, she said when she started here, that notice was done on a monthly basis by the council's office. And then I checked on that, and apparently in 2009 it was done once. And actually nobody else ever followed up on that. So it's now being done on the website, and it will be done monthly.
Commissioner Huxley?
My question specifically, you know, while you've commented on a lot of other areas on it too, my question specifically was the list of payables for $500.
Mm-hmm.
And more specifically, the means, you know, I knew it wasn't put out. I knew it was available because I had requested and received it, you know, as a commissioner several years ago. But in reading the statute, that the internet is the key because it was supposed to have been published in the newspaper. In this case, it would have been 2 newspapers each month, which I'm sure hasn't been done. And with the internet, there's no reason to do that. So the key to me is that while it had never been noticed as it was supposed to be, the internet, we can't go back, we can go forward. And to do it just with the internet only would suffice for all these requirements. So at some point, if you want to even eliminate mailing, you know, and photocopying and mailing, that is above and beyond and is not required. The internet on the county website would suffice for all the legal requirements.
And we did discuss that we have been posting it in the county courthouse and also in the annex, and mailing it to the libraries. And currently what we're doing on the number 5 publication of how we do these publications, we're doing all 3. We were doing 2, and now we're doing all 3. But the libraries are used to getting these reports and posting it on their bulletin boards, and so for the time being, I think that we're just going to continue to do that. It provides the information in another place that maybe people are looking for, finding it at that place. So I don't see any reason not to just send it to the libraries like we've always done. And we will also post it on our public notice bulletin boards here in the county, which I think is a good idea. And now it's also on the internet.
So I have a question kind of related to this whole thing. Are we getting any closer to being able to put on the website like our budgets and stuff that cost thousands of dollars to put?
That's local.
In the newspaper?
That's local budget law, and local budget law still requires us to set a tax rate with our budget committee when it's a permanent tax rate. So getting them to update local budget law to reality is kind of...
So we'll be in the...
I don't know. I mean, that was, permanent tax rates were set in the 90s, and we still have to set that permanent tax rate as part of our following local budget law every year. So.
Okay, well, just saying.
It would be nice.
Trying to save some money here.
I know.
Okay,
On the
Commissioner
budget,
Huxley?
we still need to look at that, the budget that is talking about budgets, you know, not budget notice, but budgets. The budget that is on the county website is still the same one I mentioned to you.
You know, I think I need you to talk to Sina because she looked at the printed version of the budget and she looked at the one on the website. She said she's seeing them in exactly the same. So if you can show her what you're looking at, that would help us.
Okay, it's the indexes. The indexes are different. One has 20 or 25 pages more than the other, and then so it's,
you know, just
yeah.
she didn't see that, so I guess you would need to talk directly
Okay.
to her and show what you are looking at. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes 2 sets of eyes or
Yeah.
more, so. I don't know, everybody's human and we all make mistakes, I think.
Yeah, well, if we have a problem, we want to correct it, but we couldn't see from our printed versions and what's on the internet, they looked exactly the same number of pages, so.
Okay, thanks,
Right.
Louise. Next, we need to appoint a member to the Planning Commission from North County.
Madam Chair, we've gone to adopt the consent agenda.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Oh, you're right.
Well,
Actually,
it got
you are right.
pulled,
That is
though.
the only thing
It
left in
got
the
pulled.
consent agenda.
Well, there's one thing on the consent agenda,
Yes.
which is to appoint, so do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, what's left of it? Number 7, appoint a member to Planning Commission from North County.
So moved, Madam Chair.
I'll second it.
Call for the question?
Aye.
Aye.
May I ask a question on that?
Sure.
Congratulations.
There's on the Planning Commission, this is a question for, I think, perhaps Administrator Schroeder. When a month or 2 or 3 back, we appointed some members and we're staggering to get things in synchronization to where there was an overlap, one from North County, Central, South County. And you mentioned I think in this agenda that there's a offer's been made for a planning director that starts in early January. Is that not the same individual that was one of the planning commissioners?
Yeah, she will. Yeah,
So-
our new county planner will be having to resign from the planning
Okay,
commission,
that
and
was
we will
my-
be putting that out.
Okay.
And we'll start advertising for that soon in order to get an applicant on board as soon as we can.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, then the things that were taken off the consent agenda, first of all, the Sheriff Department copier lease, was there?
I just had a question, and in part, the question was, is this, the one page, is this the extent of it didn't get into any costs or, that a lot of these, at least the one in the commissioner's office, and if you do a black and white copy, this is the basic charge. In addition, you pay for all paper, you pay so much per copy for black and whites. In addition to the monthly, you pay so much, you pay a handsome fee per copy for color. It's like a phenomenal amount. And I remember when the lease on the commissioner's office came up a couple of years ago now, probably, that was a real issue. But I didn't see anything here on that. And that was my question.
Okay, I guess Sheriff can answer.
There's got
Sheriff
to be a
Ward?
document somewhere.
So we have 3 copiers through this RICO contract, one in dispatch, one in the jail, and one in the civil. Sheriff Ward, Curry County Sheriff's Office. 2 of the copiers from RICO are still under contract. The third copier has expired. The contract expired, so we were looking at a way to figure out what would save us costs by going to another company, which we did. With South Coast Office Supply. And what we're going to do is instead of replacing that one copier, we're going to get 2 copiers for an additional $25 a month. We're going to take the one copier and put it down in substation 7, get rid of all the single copiers, and the same as up here in this copier in the civil room. We're going to get rid of all the other offices and have one central copy machine. Everything will save a ton of money that way. We won't have these individual printers and copiers anymore as far as having to replace cartridges and the cost of repair on them. So what this is, and you're right, we do have that what it costs for the individual color and black and white was with the contract, but we're saving a ton of money, and we're always looking at a way to squeeze a dime out of a nickel. So I think this is a great thing, and we're going to, with South Coast Office Supply, they're going to be a lot more responsive than, you know, the RICO out of the area. So
I don't know about anybody else, but I'm all for saving money.
And that wasn't, you know, my only question was, I didn't see any of those copy rates in this one-page contract. That was my only question. Where, you know.
We have those. I'm not sure why it wasn't with that, but it is a savings of the copy colors, and we're always going through black and white when we can, and there are certain things that we had to put in color. But
the details, DJ Storn can certainly get you that information.
Well, they should be part of this document. That's what they should be, is document, then it's going to go from here and be stamped and put into the Commissioner's Journal by the clerk. So we should need all the, that was my only question.
So how about this?
Okay.
When we pass this, we make it contingent upon putting all the extra paperwork with it.
That's fine.
Needs to be there.
Does that make sense?
And
whoever makes a motion?
Yeah, and I think now on these also, and the question for county council, do you still review these and sign off on these contracts?
This doesn't have a place for me to sign. I have reviewed the paperwork on the file on page 2, what's called the lease agreement.
I think it should have a signature by
Okay.
by
how
legal
about this?
counsel, because we're just got a surprise. My reason for being touchy on this, we had another surprise just 1 week ago on a contract with the road department, received an invoice from the state for almost $200,000 on additional costs for a grant that the county entered into 4 or 5 years ago, and
Well, I
it just
know
shouldn't happen.
if I could, I know you're saying that was a surprise, but I actually think that language, that consequence was a possibility in that grant agreement, was expressly in the grant agreement. And, you know, it's permissible to make an agreement where you say, yeah, if the expense of this project is over the grant, we'll pay it. And so even a legal review of that would say it's legal to do that. I mean, the legal review.
There wasn't a question whether, my concern wasn't whether it was legal, it was why would we sign off to exposure like that, and 4 or 5 years later, the county got a $200,000 surprise.
Okay.
I don't think there's any.
Okay, so when we make this motion, let's make it contingent upon getting all of the paperwork and signature page from Council Huddle.
Thank you. I would absolutely.
Would you make that motion then?
Make that motion, yes.
Well, if I could, you know, I approve the form of the order approving this. If you look, it's on the next page. So I will tell you that I won't sign the order until I see, you know, until the paperwork's included with it, if that's fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do we have a motion for this item?
Yeah, I'll motion to approve the Sheriff Department copy lease agreement, item E5, with the following requirements that have just been discussed and agreed to with County
Okay.
Council.
Do I have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
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 Okay, second thing that we took off the agenda was the minutes for the workshop of September 12th.
Okay, my question on this was not the content of the minutes. It's the individual, in this case, you know, we had a lot of discussion last week, again, on minutes. Lots of discussion. And cost of minutes. And what would be included and what would not be included, and the budget specifically for doing minutes. And we've talked about, we have one individual who does the minutes. The cost is approximately $15 per hour. It's a part-time irregular. We have another one that does minutes that's close to $30 per hour. You should be doing minutes given no other differences, and I don't think there are any. You know, certainly the $15 an hour individual's been doing outstanding minutes. I don't think we should be doing, for the future, I don't think the county should use somebody at $30 an hour where you can get somebody to do the same thing at $15 or $16 an hour.
Administrator
Because we're going
Schroeder?
to blow the budgets right out of the water if you do.
We have to manage the $15 an hour employee less than 19 hours per week, or she ends up in a different category, and we have different issues concerning health care. So she only has a maximum amount of hours, and when she reaches that, we take over with JJ. So we can't get her over 19 hours.
Commissioner Huxley?
Do something novel and look to hire another, or have another person as a temporary to do the same work. If it was coming out of my pocket,
Novel.
personally, that's what I would do. Those are my comments and the reason
Okay.
that I requested it be pulled.
So, do we have a motion to approve the minutes of the workshop of September 12th?
Chair, I'd motion to approve the minutes of E6 for the workshop of September 12th as written.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second. I thought we had a motion, but I'm wrong. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, call for the question?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next, appointing members to the Parks Advisory Committee. And I believe
Okay.
Commissioner Huxley,
Yeah.
you pulled that?
It made reference to
Josh Hopkins, Curry County Parks Director.
Just in case you had.
geographic area, and that was my only question. It's saying 3 to 7 members serving a 4-year terms for each geographic region in the county. So does each person, I think there were four that have applied, does each in a different come from a different geographic area?
Yes, 2 of the people that applied come from Brookings, 1 comes from Gold Beach area, the next one comes from Port Orford.
Okay, that was my only question.
Yeah, the addresses were redacted, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
it's
And
hard to
I
see
believe
that.
I sent that to the commissioners saying that they're more than welcome to come in and read the unredacted copies, and so I said that ahead of time.
Okay, so they are from different geographic
are.
areas. Okay, that was my
Okay.
only question.
So do we have a motion to approve the appointment of members to the Parks Advisory Committee?
So moved, Commissioner Gold.
I would second it.
Okay, any further discussion? Call for the question?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving forward, hiring freeze with exceptions. Commissioner Boyce?
Reference to, we didn't have a memo. I thought our hiring freeze from, April 6, 2010? No, didn't we? I'm sorry. Didn't we have one in early 2017? That was our memo?
This is your, the order attached to that, Commissioner Boyce, was the exact language from the earlier hiring freeze.
Okay.
So I just attached that to it. I did not write my own memo because I basically, I was not supportive of, the memo, so I wasn't going to write a memo to support it.
Okay. So we have 2 months left of this board, so that would be part of the logic that I would suggest we can have and should have a hiring freeze. And I see some hiring going on that I think we should slow down a little bit. And we're overextending several budgets, and so I think that we need to wait till the new board is convened in January.
So do you have something specific that you want to bring up so that we know who's going over budget, or, because I know we've had a hard time finding qualified individuals.
Well, if you're talking about a building official, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think that's already passed.
Okay, well, you asked me for specifics, and I don't think
Well,
we have
you must have something specific future in the next 2 months.
I think it's good business, other than we're sitting here looking at 2 months with a lame duck commission board, and I think it would be wise for us just to slow down any hiring, additional hiring, with obvious exceptions. There's a reason that this was supported, the previous hiring freeze, and I think it should be supported now. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are, if we have budgeted for a position and it comes within the budget and we have a qualified individual who has applied for that position, I mean, they're not falling off the trees here, these qualified applicants. I disagree with the freeze.
So there is a demand for labor. This is true. Because the economy is doing a little better. Curry County might be a little bit behind in that pace, but I don't see any reason to rush. I think our departments are well covered, and that's the basis for. And we have some spending going on here with attorneys and several other, I think, out of control spending. That I'll give a report on December 5th. And I think it's going to be pretty eye-opening. I've heard you say 3 times today you're all about saving money. Well, I'm going to give you some opportunities to review.
Commissioner Huxley?
I haven't heard anything here, examples of overexpending. Now, what we did learn for a specific example, because that's what we haven't heard here as far as dollars, that in the discussion that we had on the building official, which has been used as a example, that, and I'm going to, because it's not confidential, it's a matter of public record, okay? But in our discussion during the executive session on this issue, okay, it was explained by the personnel coordinator, payroll personnel coordinator. On that position, they had for 5 months attempted to recruit a qualified building official, and it was 5 months that was used, and that the first individual that they, in their opinion, that was the most qualified, declined the offer. I think that, again, so it was 5 months, so it wasn't, it was budgeted, okay? It's not that and if you don't use a budgeted position, clearly you don't consume part of that budget. So if you are 5 months after you've, approved a budget in June or June 30th here for that position, so we're July, August, September, October, that's 4 months that we have for an approved position that we haven't filled. There's no way that you're going to exceed the budget for that fiscal year if it unfortunately takes you 4 or 5 months to recruit someone. The same exact example for the planning director. This is replacing a planning director. That notice was given some months back by the existing or the former planning director. There's been research, for possible positions have been advertised for recruitment of that position for many months. That one's even a little more concerning because it's a statutory position requirement. It's not optional on the county. And now they've found one apparently, and that it's according to the administrator, has the authority given to them by this board to hire that position, has determined that they're going to fill the position because they finally have found or located a qualified individual that was willing to accept the position. So I think to do otherwise is...
And that was within the budgeted pay.
Absolutely.
So.
Madam Chair, though, where is the extra money going to come from? I mean, just in labor settlements with the 4 different entities that we past and future are going to deal with, I mean, we're talking, I don't want to use a figure because I don't think I'm at liberty to do that, even on an estimate basis, but we're talking a lot of money. Where's that money going to come from? We're going to be paying the labor negotiator up to, I don't know, $40,000 I mean, I can be corrected on that, would love to be corrected. Staff time, we can argue about the Community Development Department, how it's been managed over the last several months, even years, and if I don't buy, well, there are some issues down there, and there has been a financial drain, at the very least, has been marginally effective down there, and so we rush out and we hire someone that we have to pay to train that may or may not stay. And meanwhile, until he does get trained, we've got to hire Brookings to come in and do the job until he's ready. Nothing against this gentleman whatsoever. He may end up being a great fit down there. But the money is going out in a variety of areas, and, okay, I mean, I'll be
Administrator
specific
Schroeder?
on,
I would recommend that we, you know, is there a motion to approve a hiring freeze or not? I would end discussion on this.
why would you do that?
Well, you don't seem to be making any progress towards the deliberations concerning the motion at hand, and I have not heard a motion yet.
Do we have a motion to have a hiring freeze with exceptions?
So moved, Madam Chair.
A second? Barring no second, motion fails. Okay, next, Boys Cove Park, ADA compliant restaurant, or excuse me, restroom remodel. A little bit of difference there. Josh. We hope we don't have a restaurant in there. We've got to have some humor here, I'm sorry. Things get too tense otherwise. Stumbo.
And Josh, just so you're aware, I don't know if you saw the packet, but I did basically put in the contract and the award for that you had, plus a resolution, so.
Okay. Josh Hopkins, Curry County Parks Director. So on October 30th at 4 p.m. in the BOC hearing room, we opened bids in public for the Curry County Boys Cove ADA restroom remodel. We received a bid from Winborn and Son Construction in the amount of $148,584, Stumbo Construction in the amount of $95,000, and Tom Van Bell Construction in the amount of $118,700. We reviewed the bids with Facility Director Hanson to make sure everything matched the scope of the work and the project that we wanted, and found that Stumbo Construction would be the lowest bidder, matching the services that we were going to do. So currently right now we're in front of the board to bring the contract with everything like that for Stumbo Construction.
So, and your grant was what, for $100,000?
Our grant was for $150,000.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we go with Stumbo Construction, it'll be $95,000.
And then you just give back the money?
Yeah, we get back part of our match. It's $150,000, but it's a 25% match. So, you know, I believe during the budget hearing, I gave an example of if we spent $100,000 on it, we'd only need $25,000 of what we've already got set aside to beat that match.
Okay, so you're just gonna have less of a match, so,
Yeah.
good. Okay, any other questions of Josh?
But it's a remodel versus a new facility because of the prevailing wage issue.
Due to that, as well as some issues with the Willow Creek Bridge and Wake getting a building delivered.
Getting it over the bridge is
We had
impossible.
originally bid out to have a pre-manufactured building brought in, and the
Right.
bridge has been downgraded as far as its gross vehicle weight carrying, and we don't have an estimated date or cost to fix the bridge. Therefore, Josh has moved on to remodel it in order to get it done.
Okay. Any further questions of Josh? So do we have a motion to approve this bid for the restrooms at Boys Cove Park?
Chair, I'd motion to approve the recommended bid by the Parks Department.
A
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Call for the question?
Aye.
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 Okay, next.
you.
Thanks, Josh. Charter service order for Hunter Creek facility. Administrator Schroeder.
Okay, this is basically bringing a fiber optic internet line to the road service. This is basically just a service order. We have approved previous meeting 5-year contract with Charter Service. You might remember that discussion. We brought in a higher speed line for both the Sheriff's Department and for the administrative and support staff here for the county at a cheaper cost than it had before. Currently, the road service is getting internet service from the courthouse. There is a microwave transmission that goes from one to the other. It provides limited throughput. In addition, weather and wind make it incompatible with the large file transfer datas and the GIS information we're doing down there. In fact, it gets so bad, if we have large file downloads, the telephone system actually crackles and you can't even hear the people because of the internet service. So we basically are just doing a service order to our existing contract that we currently have with Charter Service. We're going to install the fiber optic line. We're going to enter into a $725 a month for 36 months and $250 to install it. And they will get a 20 megabyte per service optic line going into there. Staff recommendation is to approve this service order.
Okay, do we have a motion to do so?
Discussion
Commissioner
first,
Boyce?
please.
Well, we usually have a motion first and then we'll get a chance to discuss.
Okay.
Do we have a motion
I
to
would
approve it?
motion to approve as recommended.
Okay, second? I'll second that. Discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The system they have now, did you reference in here, I think, that it is having some intermittent service when weather's bad or something like that? Okay. Any reason to believe it wouldn't make a year or two? And it has for some time? I'll tell you why I'm asking.
The road service has recommended that due to their increased internet traffic, specifically GIS and mapping software. You remember earlier you basically had approved a street view project and a contract that went through and it was like for $15,000 and you analyzed all the county roads. And so when you're dealing with that type of information, it's thousands and thousands of images that you're going through and looking at county roads in addition to updating your maps. Their recommendation is that they basically have intermittent phone service when they have to download a file. It's not a professional way to run an organization, and I'm recommending that we approve it.
Okay, so according to my math, it'd be about $27,000 in 3 years. Is that correct? 36 months, I think.
I did not.
So is that coming directly out of the road department budget?
The road department budget will be funding this, yes.
Okay, and so that's part of the $6 million from their $8 million, excuse me, annual budget, correct? Okay. Thank you.
And I don't know whether you recall, but at the workshop, I asked Richard the question whether he was having employees spend more time as a result of all this downtime. And he said yes, and it's costing us a lot of money in employee time. So I think that's a consideration we need to make. Commissioner
It's
Huxley?
been for years, you know, a discussion topic that it was so slow, and with what they're doing on the geographic information systems and other work too. It wasn't just that, but for years it's been, if we could get that other service in or get the data line in, it would be.
Okay, so we've had discussion. Any further discussion? We have a motion to approve the charter service for the order for Hunter Creek facility. And a second. Let's call for the question then.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Quick,
Commissioner Boyce?
if you don't mind. Did you say, or did I miss when it would be completed or what completion date might be?
I did not say.
Okay.
I'm actually not aware. My
The reason I ask
understanding-
is Charter's got this reputation, right? So.
I'll have Richard keep an eye on that and try to get in. We want to try to get it in, obviously. The worst of the internet service is obviously
During the winter.
during the winter, yeah. So our goal is to get it done as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, next, second reading of the ordinance, Article 7, Division 1, adding road funds. Council Huddle.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is, as described, as second reading. The board has seen this ordinance one time before. And this is It's amending the Curry County Code, Article 7, Division 1, changing the service district to call it a tax district and adding road funds to the loan pool. Again, what we've done here, we had an existing public service district assistance ordinance on the books. It did not include road fund loans in there. It created a fund to give loans to other service districts. Those service districts in that old ordinance appeared to be similar to the taxing districts that were mentioned in House Bill 2017, House Bill 3435, codified as ORS 368709. So what we're trying to do here is change our existing ordinance to allow for the loaning of the road funds, so to put road funds into the district assistance fund that we have in this ordinance. So what we've done then is we define what the road funds are, and it's the Road Capital Improvement Reserve Fund. And what the House bill allows is road funds that are not sourced from state law, so federally sourced road funds. And then we go through an application. We talk about what the application will include. List of key personnel, indicate the principal act of the organization, the amount of assistance sought, specific reasons, describe the project, plans, reports, engineer drawings, etc. Describe your assets, which, an example there might be a fire engine or something. And then how will the funds be used in the interest of the public of the county, and will it create jobs or any other economic stimulus? Amount, and then per the House bill, it says specifically that the applicants should provide the amount of operating taxes estimated to be collected, so we include that as part of the application, and also what the annual debt service amount is reasonably estimated for the taxing district, so we have included that as a requirement of the application. And then how the funds would be repaid, and then we ask for basic financial records of the applicants, their balance sheet, income statement, changes in financial position, audits, bond rating, letter of references from financial institutions. So, and then if they know of any litigation likely to be filed, and then other information that can be required. Then there's an application fee of $1,000. That's a change from the prior, because this will take a lot of staff time to review these applications and make recommendations. Then there's a hearing that will be not less than 15 days, but not more than 60 days from the filing of the application. We give a notice of the hearing. It'll be a public hearing. And then there's a staff report that is provided by the county treasurer, county administrator, county accountant, and county council. And the county administrator would prepare then, after that review, a written report and publish a recommendation for people to review at the hearing. There's a decision if it's either approved or denied. And then there's a loan agreement, which is an intergovernmental agreement, but that would not create any new intergovernmental agency. There's two possibilities under ORS Chapter 190 with intergovernmental agreements. One is to just two entities get together and do something that either of them can do separately, and the second way to do it is to create an actual new organization. A loan would not create any partnership or any association or new organization. We would have loan terms, so the interest rate would be a minimum of 4% above the annual interest rate that the road fund receives from its investment pool. That was a point that we talked about, and the loan term would not exceed 5 years. And then we have collateral and security requirements that would maintain that we have security, and then project-related requirements, and then we have provisions on default, and then we have remedies for default. We could revoke the loan agreement, require repayment of unexpended funds, offset future tax distributions to the borrower in amount of in default, and then bar them from future loans. So Then again, the taxing district loan fund, this is a fund that was created by the ordinance, and it was called the Service District Loan Fund. And the interesting part there is I don't think, even though this prior ordinance had been on our books, I don't think we had this fund. And its monies must be appropriated by the Budget Committee at the regular annual sessions or special meeting called for that purpose. And then monies appropriated at a supplemental budget hearing, and monies repaid to the county taxing district as provided in respective written agreement. So, and then the amount of funds, monies in the fund would, including those loans outstanding, would not be more than 10% of the road fund. So that's essentially the ordinance, and we had a public hearing prior on this ordinance. I don't think this is a public hearing today. Let me check. Nope, because we already had one. So this is just for the board to make a motion. Staff's recommending approval. And if there's no other questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, barring no questions, let's get a motion to approve the amendment to Ordinance Article 7, Division 1, adding road funds. Could I get that motion?
Chair, I'd motion to approve as presented in this second reading of this proposed ordinance.
Do we have a second? I'll second that. Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay,
It's
next.
8 pages.
What's wrong?
It's 8 pages.
An ordinance?
Requirements, yeah. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Try going to a bank. Yes,
Just
Commissioner
for the
Huxley.
record, and I know I addressed this earlier, we did unanimously approve this exact document with maybe a word or two change
At our last meeting.
at the last general meeting.
Okay,
faded.
Curry Homeless Coalition and Colvin Building Lease. Administrator Schroeder.
Okay, I'm going to go through the AGRS and then the lease, so make sure, just point out some highlights that I think are important for the board when they're considering this and as we negotiated with this. And I want to say I appreciate the staff helping to write this lease, and appreciate Beth Barker to help with the putting it together and negotiating this. So the Curry Homeless Coalition, in partnership with the Curry County Sheriff's Parole and Probation Department, Advanced Health, ORCA, CIVIC, seek to provide services to include Oregon Health Plan and Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program enrollments, increased access to housing services from ORCA and Coos Curry Housing Authority, employment services, and volunteer opportunities. The goal is to increase vital services to targeted populations who may struggle accessing and navigating the social service network. So with that, I'm going to start going through the lease so you guys have a better understanding of what I'm asking you to approve. So we're basically leasing 4,750 square feet. We're going to maintain about 250 square feet for the Park Service. Josh Hopkins is in the southeast section of the building, and we'll maintain that same little footprint for him. And so we're renting out the rest of the space. On page 2 of the lease, we talk about the base rent. We basically, there's a difference for companies that are for-profit versus nonprofit. There's 2 separate rents. We have, if you're a for-profit entity and you're subleasing space within this building, that for-profit space will have to be paying property taxes on that. It'll be the responsibility of the leaseholder to make sure that the property taxes are done, although the subleaser, that's a for-profit company, will be responsible for filling out the applications and forms like that. All other subleasers will be responsible to fill out an exemption to make sure that they are doing nonprofit activities. With that, and under the current configuration, Advanced Health will be the only for-profit entity that will be subleasing within the building. They're going to be leasing approximately 264 square feet at 70 cents per square foot per month, and the remainder, 4046, will be by the leaseholder, tenant, or 60 cents. Total monthly rent will be $2,875. We'll have to set up either every 6 months or every year. We'll analyze what is the ratio of for-profit versus nonprofit and adjust the rate accordingly as people come in and leave. When we're going forward, we're basically going to be taking care of the maintenance and the repairs, the general upkeep of the building. It's still our building, and we will be providing janitorial services and other minor repairs and issues to the building. If the tenant wants to make leasehold improvements, they want to move a wall, they want to install a shower or bathroom, or they want to do some sort of major remodeling to the building, that has to be approved by the county, and it'll be the sole responsibility of the tenant to pay for building permits, inspections, and any costs. No liens will obviously be allowed on the county building concerning any remodeling work that will have to be done. Overall, you're just listening?
I just want to give this to the commissioner. I think that's what you're looking for.
Thanks, John.
Make copies of that.
Okay, we'll just add that to the contract. Thank you.
Okay, so that's on page 5. Basically, we're going through the contract. These are the leasehold improvements and talking about what they can and can't do with the oversight of the county. When we going to the end of the contract, just to make sure everybody understands, the approval for oversight of subleases or notice or advertising or leasehold improvements will be assigned to the administrator, because otherwise you're kind of clogging up the approval process, having to wait for a county board to basically look at somebody's coming in and you're going to change an advertising sign, or you're going to approve a sublease for a new agency to come in. So to streamline the process and to make approvals easier to get to, we're going to just run it through the administrator after the lease, if the lease has been approved by the governing body. We have an insurance. One of the reasons that, so not only does the tenant have the overriding responsibility to have insurance, we're also requiring any subleasers that they need to obtain the landlord's consent, meaning our consent, and they need to provide also insurance and then notice if there's any for-profit subleases in there. And again, this is so that if you end up with a sublease that come in there and they don't have a sublease contract and they don't provide insurance, and something goes south with that organization or the individual party, you could end up with a scenario where some sort of action happens against not only the tenant but also the landlord. So that's why we're requiring subleases and insurance indemnifications for all subleases that come into the property. We go through the standard lease, which was developed by county council. We talk about notice coming to the county administrator. We have security issues. We address IT issues. So the county basically has no responsibility, cost, or obligation for providing IT services. The building does have cable running through it for network cable. They will have access to be able to utilize that cable, but the maintenance of that cable, replacement of that cable, any switches, servers, or internet service will be the sole responsibility of the tenant. There is a small switch over there for parks, which grants the park service access to the county network. For security reasons, we're going to need to put that small switch inside of a locking cabinet so that the tenant will not have access to tie into that internet service, which would be a county security concern. So that's the only, I did talk to IT services about that. Might be a couple $100 for us to basically install a locking door or a locking cabinet on top of our switch to make sure that the tenant doesn't have access to it. And we're going to assume that cost because that's our own security issue. So, and we want to have control over what that looks like and what the installation of that particular locking door looks like. We have we have an order on the back page. We have a map of the space that's in there with the highlighted area where Parks is going to go. And with that, I will take questions. Oh, we address parking also. I want to make sure that the tenant doesn't take up space out here on Moore Street for staff. We want to make sure that space on Moore Street is available for people visiting either the annex or the courthouse, to make sure that we're not tying up, you know, quick access to these buildings. So they will be parking either in the parking lot, which is north of the Colvin building, or they could also park in the parking lot, which is to the southeast of the sheriff's department. I think you call it the old library parking lot, if I remember correctly, the staff stating that. So with that, questions?
Okay, questions? Commissioner Huxley?
You mentioned initially in this discussion on this, call it the applicant, okay, wanted to, I think, rent just 4 offices, and it was a small amount, and then there was even discussion for compromise by the county on the amount of the rent for those offices, and it wasn't practical from a financial standpoint for the county because of utilities, etc. Now the applicants, and because I assume because of financial concerns for the applicant also. Now we are offering or going into an agreement to rent all of the, for all intent and purposes, all of the space with a few hundred feet, you know, exception. And also, 5 or 6 minutes ago, you referenced to a subtenant filling out an application. So my question is, typically, or do we have applicants fill out or provide financial reports, financial statements, et cetera, as you would if you were going to go rent space, you know, downtown Brookings as an individual? You would certainly, having done things like that before, you would definitely provide that sort of information. Does the county typically request financial statements from those applying to or requesting to rent space? That's one question.
Would you like me to answer
Surely,
that question?
surely.
Yeah, that way we'll go first. So, in talking with Council Huddle, provided the subleasers use the base lease agreement, which is already hammered out, this agreement will suffice. We're not going to be entering into direct financial subleases with sub-organizations. Our tenant in our contract, in our lease, is signed by a Curry Homeless Coalition. We're just approving people that are going to be coming into the building to make sure that, you know, one, is it a for or nonprofit, and we make sure we're aware of who's in the building. We make sure that do they have insurance to be in the building. But we're not going to be changing the financial arrangement with Curry Homeless Coalition. So from our financial standpoint, Commissioner Huxley, if Beth Parker Hildego brings in people to the organization, you know, it'll be up to her to collect that sublease. The assumption going forward is that they basically would sublease at the same rates that are in this contract. So they're not going to rent out space from the county for 60 cents a square foot and sublease it out for $2 a square foot.
I understand that. My question is not there, it's with the Curry Homeless Coalition. Are they required, or any other major nonprofit organization, to provide us financial statements?
I'm not aware of that requirement. I have talked to, and I think Beth can probably talk to the financial arrangements. I know they'll be using some grant funding from the parole and probation, and Advanced Health is basically going to do financial backing for this for a 24-month period. If Beth, maybe you could answer that question?
Sure. Beth Barker Hidalgo, Gold Beach.
And so to clarify, what exactly is the question at hand right now? It sounds like it's more of an internal administrative question than it would be a question
Yeah,
for us.
I guess the question is how stable is the funding for the lease? It's kind of be the base for a question that we're asking.
Well, we have an agreement with Advanced House to pay the full rent for 2 years. They will be making the rent payment.
What's the name?
Advanced Health, formerly Western Oregon Advanced Health, is one of the 2 coordinated care organizations serving Medicaid and Medicare patients in Curry County. So they are supporting this project in lieu of rent for 2 years.
And I presume we could request and receive just a written documentation from them that they are going to guarantee the rent.
That document is sitting with the CEO right now for his review and signature. So there will be a written statement on behalf of Advanced Health supporting the financial support for this project.
And that would be part of this agreement.
Now, the other thing, Commissioner Huxley, that originally they were just going to rent the building. And then because they're a for-profit entity, we ended up with a scenario where they would be basically paying taxes on the whole building except for the small spaces and the individual offices and the common areas and the bathrooms. That would be subleased to nonprofit corporations. And it became a paperwork nightmare to figure out how to balance that out. I worked a lot with the assessor on this to figure out how would he need to do this. It became simpler from a management and administrative standpoint is just have them rent the space, and then if a for-profit comes in, you might do that one little section. So that they've been involved with it from the start.
Okay, but that there would be, or there will be in this case, a financial guarantee from a larger entity.
And you're also getting grant money from P&P, right?
The Pro and Probation, the remainder of their biennium grant is also supporting this project. I believe it's about $32,000.
My second
over 2 years.
concern, because of, you've addressed the individuals, one of the primary objectives is from people being released from incarceration. Has any, and this goes back, this question is to Administrator Schroeder, have any of the surrounding, because that's a little different than certainly the clients that were in there when it was Curry Community Health, generally speaking, okay? Have any of the neighbors been just notified that this is the proposed use for the next 2 years? If I was a neighbor, I'd want to know.
I have not put out any notice to the church or the neighboring residential areas.
I would ask that we do so.
I would just suggest that with all due respect that this was a location where Pro and Probation had activities in the past in this building, and it was one of the reasons why we sought this facility, was it has the amenities that can support that population. So just as a point of order.
And nobody's going to be living there. It's just
correct. There's no
clients
there's
coming in and out.
Lease, no overnight
Section
stays,
1.4.
Yeah, it's day, traditional business hours is what we're looking to operate.
That's just my request as one commissioner. That's all.
Christian Help is a part of, so they're aware of this project, and in fact our partner is supporting the project. So that's one neighbor that is fully aware. We have not had communication with the church or anyone else.
Okay, those were my two.
Okay, any other questions for Beth or Administrator Schroeder? Okay, could I get a motion to approve the lease for the Curry Homeless Coalition?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay. Next, we added to the budget some further information about our travel here as commissioners. Administrator Schroeder, do you want to?
Handout. Curry County Administrator is recommending that the county board direct staff to produce a supplemental budget to add $5,000 to the commissioner's budget. A supplemental budget will be required as this amount is greater than 10% of the appropriations for the budget. Staff would advertise and bring it to the board on December 5th for finalization. And just for the edification, we talk about appropriations. So in this case, the appropriations for this particular area of the budget, commissioner's expenses, encompasses the $4,500 originally for your travel budget. In addition, there's cell phones, copiers, other types of expenses that happen that are consumed by the commissioner's office. So your appropriation level is $8,000 and change, whatever it is. So if you're adding $5,000 to it, it's way over the 10% change in that. That's why a supplemental budget would be needed. If you were part of a bigger fund, which, you know, if you were part of a fund that had, you know, $200,000 in it, in the appropriations level, a $5,000 wouldn't require a supplemental budget. I just wanted to make sure people understood that, the clarification for that. It's my belief that it's unrealistic and unworkable not to have any commissioner travel till June 30th, given the expected budget shortfall after the AOC conference. Therefore, I'm recommending that we increase the appropriations for this budget, provided that commissioners follow and abide by the elected official travel ordinance. With that, you can see some of the information that I presented to you last week at the Budget Committee hearing on the 31st, which was, you know, kind of where we're at with some assumptions. And these are all, you know, the assumptions for the OC conference are general in nature. They haven't been, you know, collected or paid or anything like that. So last year, just for your edification, we had $9,983 of commissioner travel expense. And so I think $5,000 would most likely cover the commissioner travel budget. The only other consideration you have is there will be a new commissioner coming in on board on January 8th or 7th or whenever that is. If that commissioner does utilize travel budget, it most likely would not be enough, because currently Commissioner Boyce has been the only commissioner has been utilizing county expenses for travel, and if a new commissioner comes on board, that will change that formula. So I can't say that this would for sure get you to June 30th, but this would at least get you a majority of the way there. So with that, I would be open to questions concerning if you can give direction to staff.
I guess my biggest concern on travel is the accountability issue. Every entity I've ever worked for and done traveling for, which has been considerable, I always had to be accountable for mileage, motel rooms, receipts, all of that. And I don't have a problem with approving something like this as long as there's accountability, because I think the citizens deserve that. Commissioner Huxley?
You're effectively caving and rewarding disdain and arrogance on the part of Commissioner Boyce through the last budget process and through this period for total disregard for policies and budgets. That what you're proposing is to reward that behavior. I would not be a part of that, Mr. Director Schroeder or Administrator Schroeder.
Commissioner Boyce?
Well, thank you for the attempt. You know, it gets back to interpretation of job description, and Commissioner Huxley's ignorance of what our responsibilities are is just off the chart to me. So with pending litigation, the three of you are taking me and the citizens to court. I think we're just going to have to wait and see how the court rules on that. It's a sad day. There's some important travel needs to be done. I appreciate your efforts to try and get some additional funds in there. And I will continue to report to the board my travel plans, and I will also continue to bring information back so that they know what I've been doing. And I've been real consistent on that. Most of the charges, I won't say any more beyond that, but thank you, Administrator Schroeder.
Okay, so you want to just drop this at this point?
No, I think we should follow staff recommendations, but then it's really up to you, Commissioner Gold, with all due respect. If you think and we've had this discussion so many times. You either trust that I am fiercely doing county responsible travel as efficiently as I possibly can, or you don't believe that. So
It's
I mean,
really not a matter of trust.
It is.
It's a matter of
If I may,
accountability.
we cut the budget from 13,000 prior year before you and I come on this board, from 13 to 4,700. It's not a realistic figure. You know I've turned in 4 meals in 2 years. You know that I've paid a lot out of my own pocket. You know I took a $20,000 pay cut, and you won't help the citizens. So that's all I can offer in the rational logic of what our responsibilities are.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
my question, before I even go there, are you willing to be accountable for your travel if we were to increase this budget?
I have
My
been,
only question.
and I will
No,
continue
I
to be.
mean,
I filled out a form today, okay? And
that may be today, but previously I'd never seen any forms. So all I'm asking is, are you willing to be accountable and turn in the proper documentation for any future travel? That's all I'm asking.
on the advice of council, I'm not going to say anymore.
Okay, then I can't vote for it. Okay, do we have a motion to approve this?
So moved, Madam Chair.
A second? Hearing no second, motion fails. Okay, next, we don't have any public hearings. Announcements? Are we gonna have time to finish up?
Nope.
Guess not. Okay, we're going to recess until 1 o'clock because we've got a bunch more stuff to do. So we'll recess until 1 o'clock and then we'll finish up the meeting. Okay, thank you.
So
They are a symbol of democracy and exist as places where one can appreciate the beauty and complexity of the natural world, free of human influence. In the past, national parks faced challenges brought on primarily by the industries and practices that threatened them. Today, similar challenges persist, as well as some new ones. High up in the Cascades, Crater Lake National Park remains a pristine natural area enjoyed by visitors from throughout the world. But in recent years, new circumstances have come to endanger the ecosystem of the park. Invasive plant species are beginning to spread and threaten the park's natural biodiversity. An invasive species is an organism that did not originate in an ecosystem and is often introduced by humans. In recent years, Crater Lake National Park biologists have documented a rise in the number of non-native plant species found within the park. Invasive plant species have various ways of spreading throughout Crater Lake National Park. Roads that have been built create pathways for seeds that may stick on tires and get thrown to the side of the road. From the roadways, visitors come from far and wide to see one of the world's natural wonders. With each visitor, the risk of introducing new species also increases. Many invasive plant species have evolved sophisticated methods of distribution through the development of various adaptations to their seeds. These adaptations allow some species to let the wind and even animal life do all the heavy lifting for them. As seeds needle their way through clothing and animal fur, they are carried and then dropped in various places around the park. There are many reasons why new species are entering the park at an increasing rate. One of the factors responsible are the effects brought on by climate change. Due to warming winters, the snow-dominated season of Crater Lake National Park is becoming shorter. Snowpack, that is normally around for most of the year shortens the period of human impacts, such as high levels of summer visitation and infrastructure maintenance and enhancements. With climate change increasing the frequency and severity of drought and lengthening the snow-free period, the factors that are disturbing the natural environment are amplifying. Snowmelt, that would linger for most of the year, is melting much sooner than usual. Snowpack acts as a barrier to both plant and animal species. Native plant species have adapted to this environment and are used to completing their life cycles during short growing seasons. With the lengthening of growing seasons, native plant species are now vulnerable to increasing competition from invasive plant species. The risk of forest fires increases with rising temperatures as well. As growing seasons lengthen, so do fire seasons. Areas affected by forest fires open up new habitats for invasive plants to move in, creating areas where non-native plants can find solid footing in the competition against their native neighbors. Newly introduced annual grasses fill spaces of forests and meadows and act as a medium for fires, allowing them to spread farther and more easily than before. This means that not only are invasive plant species altering the existing environment, they create a domino effect that can speed up the process of change in the park. In the last 3 years, 25 non-native plant species have been discovered. With every coming season, these numbers are expected to increase. Amid growing challenges and limited resources, the invasive vegetation management team has been forced to prioritize the most aggressive species in the park. These Crater Lake National Park biologists are controlling non-native thistles from a remote area inside the western boundary of the park. These thistles were discovered late in the season, and park biologists are removing the seed heads so they will not spread farther and establish more infestation sites. Given how large an area these plants can envelop, controlling invasive plants can be a meticulous process, but it is the best way to ensure that these plants aren't able to spread further into the park. Roadsides are another area of focus, as they create literal highways for invasive plant species to take hold. By controlling invasive plants near the park boundary and along roadsides, park biologists hope to reduce the amount of species entering and spreading in order to protect and maintain the natural state of the park.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second Haystack Rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria, ride a horse along the waves near Florence, pet a baby tiger near Bandon, hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges, you want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Unstable snow cornices can kill. Cornices are difficult to detect and can collapse at any time. Stay 100 feet, 30 meters, back from edge of the caldera. Trees can be dangerous in deep winter snow. Tree wells are large cavities around trees that can be 3 to 10 feet deep. People can become trapped in tree wells and die. Tree bombs are large clumps of snow and ice that fall from tree branches. Tree bombs can injure or kill a person. Use map and stay on the trails. Don't venture off trail unless you have a plan and are prepared to rescue yourself. Search and rescue response may not take place until the following day. Stay with a group and let a responsible person know your plans. Leave a detailed itinerary with someone you know. If there is an emergency, they might be the only person who can tell the National Park Service where you are.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges, you want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
The goal of the Mountain Hemlock Phenology Project is to take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park. This project will span several years and track the change in spring tree growth over time. We don't just want to know if the timing of spring at Crater Lake is changing, we want to know why it might be changing, so we will also be measuring snow depth around the trees. This is how you'll take your measurements in the field. First, find a branch on the study tree and focus on the end of the branch. We're only going to measure a section the size of our hand. Next, look for the buds on the branches. They are really tiny. The dried up tan buds that look like tiny pine cones are pollen cones from last year. Skip over these. You're going to be counting the tiny unopened buds. Early in the season, these will all be tan color. Later in the spring, the cone buds will turn purple and the leaf buds will become hairy. You'll use your data sheet to identify and count the buds. These are the tree's new growth. Make sure you count carefully, the scientists are depending on you. After counting the buds, help the ranger take a snow depth measurement at your study tree. Park scientists think that climate change may be affecting plant growth at Crater Lake. Mountain hemlocks are a tree species adapted to deep snow, and snowfall has been decreasing at Crater Lake. What do you predict? Will trees surrounded by deeper snow produce more or less new growth than trees surrounded by less snow? On behalf of the National Park Service and the global scientific community, thank you for helping us take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
All right, sounds good.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher. The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common-sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
See Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? You're the one that needs help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly a third of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections, counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot, drive to work, take public transportation, or experience a natural disaster in your community, chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know.
When a large forest fire breaks out, potentially threatening lives, homes, wildlife, and thousands of acres of forest land, the news coverage is immediate and consistent. Interviews with homeowners, firefighters, medical aid providers, and others continues nonstop until the fire is sufficiently contained. At that point, the cameras are turned off, the interviews are over, and it's on to the next event. The images of catastrophic wildfire, with its ferocity and devastating impact on the land, hold the interest and attention of the public. However, there is an equally important story occurring on that same landscape after the fire is contained, mopped up, and finally declared out that the public seldom sees. The frequency and size of these mega fires on federal forest land has increased significantly over the last few decades. All too often, what is left in their wake is a vast sea of dead, charred trees. Unfortunately, because of a maze of confusing and often contradictory rules and regulations, very little rehabilitation or reforestation occurs after these fires. The result of this neglect in many cases is as devastating as the fire itself. Here's why. Even in the hottest, severe fires, most of the dead trees remain standing, the wood not damaged by the fire, still suitable and valuable for lumber. But as the insects move in, within months, the dead and dying trees begin to deteriorate and decompose. Eventually, all of the economic value is lost. What is not removed will decay, add fuel to an even greater future fire threat, and in the process, release the greenhouse gases that the trees gathered and stored during the centuries they were alive. When all of the trees across the tens of thousands of acres burned in each of these megafires are left to rot, millions of tons of destructive greenhouse gases are released into the upper atmosphere. These are the same volatile organic compounds that have been identified as some of the most damaging elements we can put into our air. In contrast, trees harvested soon after the fire is out drive the economic engine that employs people, provides revenue for the critical restoration and reforestation, and can provide dollars for local government services such as schools, public safety, health and social services, libraries, and good roads. When the harvested trees are made into lumber for homes, construction, and furniture, the carbon remains in storage instead of going up into the atmosphere. Dead and dying timber becomes a magnet for insect infestation. These infestations can be so large that they do not end with the burned forest, but progress into the surrounding green forest, killing even more trees, which then become even more fodder for the next fire. In absence of prompt active management and reforestation, invasive brush can dominate the landscape. That brush can retard and even prohibit the growth of the new forest and compound the fuel load for a future fire. When that fire does occur, the dense brush and dead, fallen trees on the ground create a firestorm, burning hotter and even more damaging to the soil than the first fire. These damaged soils can repel water, lack the nutrients and organic matter needed by seedlings, and hinder the ability of new trees to grow. While megafires can be so devastating, not all fires are bad. When the conditions are right, fire has been used for decades as an effective way to reduce fuels on the forest floor, burn back brush and dead grass to stimulate the new growth desired by wildlife, thinning out the younger, overstocked areas of our forests, and maintain the fire resiliency we seek. Controlled burning can be a powerful and useful tool used in the right places at the right time by the professionals we charge with managing these forests. The desired result is to lessen the potential for the large, devastating megafires we have been experiencing these past few decades. Recovery after megafires is not only possible, but can greatly expedite the restoration and creation of all of the benefits of a healthy forest ecosystem. One fine example is Oregon's Tillamook State Forest. After repeated massive fires in the mid-20th century, state, county government, private companies, and even school children worked together to restore and replant over 500 square miles of burned-over landscape. As a result of those efforts, today we have prime fish and wildlife habitat for salmon, trout, elk, and owls, plus camping, hiking and biking trails, healthy growing forests that gather and store carbon, and sustainable timber harvest that supports local economies, funds schools and local governments, and supports thousands of family wage jobs across the region. Without the vision of those state and local leaders just a few decades ago, very little, if any of this, would be possible today. Nearly every year for the past 20 years, we have watched millions of acres of our public forests burned by megafires. We spent hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars fighting them. Yet when the fire is out, a mere fraction of the killed trees and lost value is ever recovered, with little or no effort to restore the burned landscape. What can you do? Contact your elected federal, state, and local officials. Tell them these federal lands and once treasured forests are too valuable to simply walk away. Future generations are depending upon you to take action. For more information, visit us on Facebook at Communities for Healthy Forests.
For the properly prepared explorer, winter is a spectacular time at Crater Lake National Park. There's abundant opportunities for winter recreation for varied skill levels and varied experiences.
Come on up to Crater Lake. It's a beautiful place to enjoy the winter. We get tons of snow. It's beautiful snow. But realize it is a national park and it is a wilderness area. So when you come up here, be prepared. We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
Additionally, the entire caldera acts as a giant terrain trap. A terrain trap is where all of the snow and rocks will funnel into a single location as you go further and deeper into the caldera.
It's about as dangerous as it gets down there. The slopes are so steep. In the winter, they're fully covered in snow. So if you started to slip, you'd have no way to stop yourself. It's just a straight drop about 1,000 feet down to the edge of the lake. And the water in the lake is going to be about the freezing temperature, and it's hundreds of feet deep. So once you get in there, there's really no way to get back out.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges. You want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous, and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Crater Lake Rangers and Ski Patrol members do perform backcountry winter rescues.
We're all trained as medical providers and for search and rescue. So if you're out just a short distance on a trail, we might be able to get to you pretty quick. But if for some reason you go over the edge and you get injured, we're going to have to assemble a technical rescue team, and it could be a long time before we get down there to get you out. You really need to be prepared to be self-sufficient, and if you get into a bad situation, you really need to know how to rescue yourself. Well, if you know you're going to come up here for the winter time, either to snowshoe or just to come up and visit, a few things you really want to do is you want to check the weather beforehand, figure out what the conditions are expected to be up here. You also want to look at our webcams and see what the current conditions are, what the snowpack looks like. And when you do get up here, make sure you take that extra minute or two to talk to someone from the visitor center or someone from where you rent your snowshoes and see what the hazards are out there, what the conditions being reported back are, and then just be extra prepared. So bring extra food, extra water, extra clothing, because things can change fast out here and you really need to be ready for it.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
We have these parks which are set up to protect and preserve biodiversity. That's challenging under any circumstances. But it certainly is almost impossible if you don't know what the actual biodiversity that's in your park or the area that you're trying to conserve is.
BioBlitz is a celebration of biodiversity. Biodiversity is the variety of life in an area. We don't know how much life and what types of life are here at Crater Lake National Park. The big obvious things we know about. But a BioBlitz is where we go out and look for a particular type of organism. This year we're looking for beetles, or the order Coleoptera.
The wealth of biodiversity that are in these parks, 99% of it is something that could fit in your hand.
We can't save what we don't know exists. So if there's a beetle species out there that's very important and we don't know about it, we can't do anything to help it. That is the ultimate goal of the BioBlitz. It's a way that citizens can come here. We have volunteers that are here who are actually giving this information. They're using their time to help the scientists build a greater picture of what kind of beetles are here in this park.
Getting this sort of baseline data of what biodiversity is there not only shows us what's there, which is just intrinsically interesting for its own purpose, but it also begins to set a baseline. And that baseline data set is what we then can use, and not just scientists, but the general public and those land managers, the stakeholders in that BioBlitz, can use those observations then on into the future to understand if things are changing.
It's not so much about counting number of species, it's more about seeing a fuller picture of the biodiversity. And the biodiversity is the variety of different types of organisms, different types of species.
I do believe that in their past BioBlitzes that they have expanded the number of things they now had recorded from the park, but also confirmed that some of the things that were reported historically are still present. So even if it's not a new discovery for the park, it still creates another piece of data that tells us, yes, that thing still lives here and is still thriving or maybe struggling, but we begin to learn something about it. I think that has an intrinsic value to the park for its long-term future, but it also just has an intrinsic social value when you ask questions about why do we have these parks? And there's lots of ways to answer that question, but one of them is that the parks are these areas where we go to appreciate the wildlife there. And this is a way of tapping into some of that wildlife at all sorts of different levels. One of the key things besides the biology that's involved in these BioBlitzes is the interaction with the public and the opportunity to educate the public about the biodiversity around them.
The citizen scientists are here working alongside professional scientists, and that allows them not just to connect with science here at the park, but connect with the greater scientific community. It's a real positive thing. We see all ages coming here, and they're just acting like kids out searching for bugs, but they're doing real science at the same time. It's a great connection between this amazing resource and the people that live around it.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs...
Okay, welcome back. We are reconvening after our recess. So we're going to continue with the agenda. We have announcements. There are vacancies on the Ambulance Service Area Advisory Committee, law enforcement position. The Fair Board has 2 vacancies due to term expiration on December 31st. North Bend Coos Curry Housing Authorities and Curry County Residents. I guess there's a vacancy there. On the Planning Commission, South County, there's a vacancy. CCD, or Coos Curry Douglas Business Development Board, is November 12th, 2008. Okay, that's where the vacancies end.
That's a vacancy.
Okay, then November 12th, Veterans Day, so nobody's coming in Monday. November 22nd, county offices will be closed for Thanksgiving holiday. November 28th, there will be a workshop at 10 a.m. in the Commissioner's hearing room, only if needed.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if needed. Right now I don't have anything. I just have one thing on the agenda. And if it'd be all the same to the commissioners, I'd rather save the money for the travel for these guys to maybe just tag that on to the December 5th meeting.
I'm fine with that.
Instead of bringing somebody up and just say, we're just gonna have go into a workshop after the meeting or before the meeting or whatever, so.
Okay.
Unless something bigger comes up.
Yeah, well, I'm for efficiency, I'll tell you that. Okay, December 5th, 4-H Extension Service District meeting at 9:45 a.m. in the Commissioner's hearing room. December 5th, there will be a general meeting at 10 a.m. in the Commissioner's hearing room. Okay, next, County Administrator updates. Administrator Schroeder.
Okay. I have a number of things to discuss, and I probably would like to go jump to the union negotiations on or around 1:15, so we can call our labor negotiation.
In case there's some questions or whatever.
In case there's any questions. I don't anticipate any questions, but I just want to make sure that you have an understanding. If you want to talk to the lawyer, you can do that.
Okay.
So what are
Can
we
you
going
give
there?
can you give your report between now and 1:15?
I'm going to try.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a couple things here. Board sign off on per diem for the AOC conference for the administrator. So until we have the personnel handbook approved by the county, which I anticipate to be in December or January at some point, at that point the administrator's travel and approvals will be signed just by one person of the board. I have a request to get the per diem and my mileage signed by the county board, so I'll be asking the county board to sign that.
Okay.
That's just I'm just notifying you. I'm going to ask that. I also attended a cybersecurity summit up in Eugene, and I attended that on whatever day I attended it on. I can't. It was early last week.
October 29th.
Yeah, yep. So anyway, this is put on by the Oregon University up there, and the Secretary of State talked about election security, which is very informative to learn more about how we as a county need to protect our systems from infiltrations and threats on elections. And the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security talked about other general security threats for our information technology. I will be presenting information on this to our department heads at a department head meeting at a future date, and so that they're aware of some of the employee practices and security information. And I'll be inviting the IT subcontractors to come in and sit in on that meeting.
Okay.
That needs board approval also, and I have a form for the county board to sign.
So it sounds like you got lots of valuable information there.
That was very much worth it.
And that was your $30 meeting?
That was my $30 meeting.
Okay, good.
I have a request from Commissioner Boyce to attend the Enterprise Zone and other Oregon tax incentive workshops on November 29th. He just gave this to me this morning. He has filled this out, and I will pass this over for board consideration, for the board to consider out-of-county travel for a commissioner via the elected officials travel ordinance.
Did you have anything else?
Yes, I have more things. I just wanted you to be able to take the time to do that because
Just
I think this would be the opportunity for the board to, unless Mr. Bush wanted to talk about this during his commissioner updates.
Just quick comment. That I mentioned this morning that it was on enterprise zones. It's also on opportunity zones, which I was more interested in, or equally interested in. So it'll cover both bases there. Thank you.
I'm assuming when you handed it to me, you wanted me to bring it up instead of meeting at the commissioner's update. So the board could consider signing that.
Okay, so do we need a motion to have this signed, or?
It has to be approved. The ordinance states it has to be approved by the board. So my gut guess is that you would have to approve it.
Okay, and so I'm looking for it looks like a total cost of $30.
Is that
plus 280 miles?
Is that what you're putting down, is the $30 plus the mileage?
Well, I see total travel costs here, and I don't see a total, and I'm looking up in here, and
You know, going to Roseburg and back the same day is basically fuel. They're providing lunch. I can turn in a dinner and a breakfast, which, as you know, I never have.
Well, if you take a county car, it's...
I'm estimating $30.
Well, if you take a county car, it's 43 cents a mile.
Well, of course, I dispute that. You know,
No,
I mean, nobody gets that kind of mileage. So
that's what it costs. So you can take a county car at 43 cents a mile for this trip, or you can take your own car.
it's a theoretical figure, but I understand that that is the policy.
That is the policy. I don't have a calculator in front of me.
I do.
So what do you want? Here. You
Is it 280 miles?
I don't
Is
have
that
the sheet anymore.
how many miles it is to Roseburg and back? I have no idea.
Is that what it is?
That's what he says.
240, 280?
That's what he says.
Okay,
280.
so it's 280.
I came up with $120.40.
Times 0.43.
Yeah.
Yeah, 120.40.
Okay.
Plus 30. So it's 170.
Okay.
So do you want me to change the...
What's the $30 for then?
I don't know.
So
Oh, maybe that's what you said was your mileage cost.
Yeah, tank of gas is and wear on the tires.
Okay, so there isn't any conference fee then. So
Excuse me, it's 139 miles times 2 should be 280. Yes, it's 139 each way. Okay.
Okay.
That should be a round trip, yeah.
Okay, so if it's just for mileage and they take care of the lunch, we're talking $120 instead of $30. Does that make sense?
What did your calculator come up with?
$120.40.
And that is
At 43 cents a mile.
280 total miles times 43 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
So you want me to cross this off and put 120.40? I already did it.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I shouldn't have crossed it before I got an okay.
It doesn't matter. You know, we don't know what the current status is of that budget anyway.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve this travel on 11/7?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second?
Yeah, I will second, and then just a comment. We don't know what the status is of the actual commissioner material and services account. I'll approve it, but we don't know. So if it's over, it's over.
Okay, but part of the travel policy says that if a commissioner has to go over that budget, they have to come and ask, which...
Well, it says if you're going to go, period, forget going over.
That's
the
true.
policy.
It
has nothing to do with going
Go
over.
out of county.
It actually says both.
Well, yeah,
you have to do that. And if you're going to go over the expended amount of budget, you have to get approval to it.
If this were done from the beginning, we would know, we would have the documentation and know what all those costs are as of today, within a minuscule amount, because we'd have the documentation.
So the bottom line is...
My point is that we don't know what the current, because we don't have the documentation.
Well...
So we want the county represented.
Okay, so any other discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. See how easy that was?
It's incentive.
That's true.
So this is, are you going to sign it then, Commissioner?
Okay. Oh, man. Okay, moving on.
I got a lot to talk about. I'll
Okay.
tell you when I'm done.
Let me just sign this.
We kind of got way late, I'm sorry.
That's all right. This is the document I'm passing out right now. It's basically just updating the commissioner liaison list. I noticed the list behind JJ's desk had the commissioners being liaisons for all the county departments. In reviewing this in November of 17, you had basically approved an order basically eliminating county liaisons for county departments. And so this is just an information for your sake. I think I gave yep. This is just information for your sake that this is the liaison list that will be out there and published. It evidently never got, the corner never got rounded concerning, you know, taking the order and updating the document and then putting that online and putting that on the bulletin board. So this is just a notification for your sake.
Okay.
You made it. Let's see, Gold Beach IGAs. There was a notice from Jody Fritz at the city that they had a tourism. There's a tourism IGA for the city of Gold Beach to do tourism-related activities for the county, and one for planning. And both of these had a maximum value of up to $10,000. The county has never had any engagement with Gold Beach concerning the tourism activities, so it's a non-factor. And the planning, evidently Carolyn occasionally would ask Jody a couple questions on planning. I can't find any documentation that we've been billed or anything like that. Jody has requested we terminate this. And so this is just, again, a notification from the administrator to the county board that these two IGAs have been canceled.
Okay. Commissioner Boyce?
Madam Chair, you might want to double check to see if the county has actually paid the city of Gold Beach for that IGA agreement, either or both, partial.
Well,
But I think it might be like $10,000 that the county's extended, and so I think we need to clarify.
There hasn't been any.
Oh, did you can enlighten us in this matter?
I did look up yesterday. We paid the tourism piece. We paid $1,265 for Brandt for our portion of the trade show that Carol went to the Bay Area, and we spent about $7,850 on planning fees. They were just 3 times.
And how long over a period was that?
There were 3 separate invoices. I think one was, the first one was like October 16, and the last one was April of 17.
Okay, so it's been a while since we've utilized them. Regardless, in this case, the city is exercising its right. The city is exercising its right to cancel this agreement, so it's really kind of a moot point.
Council Huddle?
Thanks. And so Brenda and me go over our contracts on a regular basis, and I saw these on there, and my recollection is there hadn't been a lot of activity, and the question is, you know, what do we want to do? So I asked Jody, and she went to Clark and sent in the request to terminate. So.
Okay, good enough. Commissioner Boyce?
I don't think it's a simple discard as a moot point, because it's another 10,000, if that figure is correct. And do we have reports? You know, we sent a community development person to San Francisco to a trade show. So
this is in 2016.
Huh?
This is 2016.
Time ago.
In 2017.
We did. When was it approved? April of 16.
Yeah, you spent money in 2016 on this.
Okay.
You haven't spent any money since April of 2017, a year and a half ago.
Okay, but it's still $10,000, right?
No, it wasn't. She just gave the report. She just said there was $1,200 for tourism-related activities and about $7,000 for planning.
Remind me of the total again, so I have it.
$7,850 and $1,265.
Oh, I was thinking 7,800. Excuse me. 78 and 12. So we're close to 12 or 10,000. I'm sorry, okay? I just don't want to do any more of those kind of deals because they don't produce for this county, okay?
I'm just notifying you the deal's been canceled, Mr. Boyce.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. We're not revisiting the past.
The reason I want to make the point is we do a lot of 10,000 here, 10,000 there, and we need to do a better job of managing this company. We're headed, it's just not good. Thank you.
Commissioner Huxley?
Let me get my composure back after those comments. Okay. The one agreement was drafted, again, a couple years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was. And we say that it's money gone. No, it was for Gold Beach to perform planning services when the county, in certain ones only, it was 100% reimbursed. As a matter of fact, we made money on them. If you read the agreement, we actually profited, which technically the county shouldn't do, but we profited from their performing these services when on very specific types of applications, not 1 hour applications. These were more complex applications. 100% plus was reimbursed back for them performing the services because the county didn't have the staff to do those and do the other services at the same time. It was a prudent decision.
Council Huddle?
Right, I think what happened is we would then charge the applicants for the time Gold Beach spent working on the files. So that's how the money came back to us.
And was that Jody working in the planning department?
Nearly positive, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, same lady. It's 1:19, and so I'm going to call Bruce Bischoff, and we will jump ahead. I still have items to cover in my administrative update.
Okay.
I'd like to jump ahead to labor negotiations for your consideration.
No problem.
While you're doing that, nothing detrimental towards Gold Beach at all. It's just that it was going to be an effort also to have the city of Gold Beach come in and take control of the commissioner's office. So that would have not been as well a good decision for the citizens of this county. Thank you.
Boy.
So, Commissioner, we're going in executive session.
Hey,
now.
Bruce, this is Clark Schroeder. You're on speakerphone at a open session of the Curry County Board of Commissioners. They have decided not to go into executive session.
Excuse me.
And so I'll be going back to my desk and introducing the topic, and then you can listen along, okay?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pass out a spreadsheet for your consideration.
Is there more than one page? There's a whole bunch of copies.
Just one
here.
page. I also have, if the commissioners don't have, I do have the tentative agreements and a memo. Has the county board read the memo and the tentative agreements, or would you like a copy? I do have copies for you.
Let me have a copy. I read it, but
There's enough copies for everyone there.
I don't remember everything I read. I don't know why.
Is this loose? What's this one?
Yeah, what's that?
Was that a cover? It was just an extra?
There must be a cover letter for one of them that doesn't have it, or it's an extra one.
Must be extra then?
Okay, all right. Okay, so the background here, and Mr. Bischoff has been working with this with the Sheriff's Union. The background, Curry County has been negotiating with the Teamsters Union since April. The county and the union have reached a tentative agreement. This tentative agreement needs to be ratified by both entities in order to finalize the contract. The agreement stipulates that the union employees will receive a 2.75% increase retroactive to July 1st. Step increases will continue as is. So the union contract, you know, from a labor management standpoint, is the step increases are 2.5 apiece, 5%. So they also, if they're eligible, for eligible employees, will get a 5% increase in addition to the 2.75. Work rules and scheduled languages are in the TAs that you see attached. So page 3 of your document, you basically see some work rules, and these are basically as people are scheduling and rotating the shifts, when are shifts mandatory. You know, these are to try to protect people so they don't get graveyard 100% of the time, or when you deal with holidays, when are people credited with holiday leave, how they're credited on July 1st. You've had the packet, you can read that. Basically, staff is supportive of this, both from the Sheriff's Department and from the Administration Department, along with Bruce Bischoff and Brent Jensen. In addition, on page 4 or page 5 of the packet is a striked out copy within the document. Miss Swift, as she was putting the document together for the full contract, noticed that the fair share language and religious objections towards union dues were still part of the contract. And as you well know, with the Supreme Court Janus decision from June of 2018, it limited the ability to force people to have union dues withheld against their consent, and only with the express, affirmation of the employee can union dues be withheld. So in negotiating that with the union, the fair share and religious objections were just eliminated. And so that's no longer part of the contract. The spreadsheet that I have before you is basically the 2.75% increase, which is the reopener for this contract. So you're not negotiating a whole new contract. All you're doing is just you're renegotiating an open term for an existing contract, and it's a 2.75% increase. The bottom right-hand corner of the contract stipulates a difference from the original payroll to this payroll would be $71,515.16. And again, that would not account for staff who are eligible for step increases. Not all staff are eligible for step increases, naturally. Some people are, they have not been here long enough. Some people are at the maximum. So there are different, everybody is an individual when it comes to when and how step increases are allocated. With that, we'll take questions.
Okay, are there any questions? Julie, did you have a comment before we get into the questions?
Yeah, actually, the spreadsheet that I gave you does include the step increases for those that are eligible.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's everything?
Yes.
Thank you for doing that. Okay.
You're welcome.
And is it, are those step increases, are these allocated from July 1st to June 30th then? Is that who's eligible for step increases?
Step increases are done at anniversary.
Yeah.
So if there's if they get their step increase in February for the first 7 months, they're current, and then it's calculated at the rest of the 5 months at the increased rate.
That's a lot of work on that spreadsheet. Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Have people been getting step increases as we're negotiating the contract that were eligible for step increases since July 1st?
Yes, we have. We made that correction, I believe, in September, that they should still get, that they should be getting their step increases.
Okay, so we've been doing that along. Okay,
yes.
so what the effective approval of this, when we get to the ratification, which would be December 5th, if the county board so wishes, we would basically retroactively pay the staff from December 5th back to July 1st.
Yes.
For the equivalent of what the increase would have been.
Yes, the 2.75%.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Say that again, please.
So if we approve this on December 5th, because what will happen now, if you approve these tentative agreements and the language, it will go back over to the union, and the union will take a membership vote on this issue. Once they vote on this issue, it'll come back to you for final ratification, and it'll be included and incorporated into the whole multi-page contract. And so what would happen on December 5th, if you approve this, Ms. Swift, working with finance, will retroactively pay the individuals for a lump sum check of what they would have earned had the pay increase been in effect on July 1st. They'll get a lump sum payment, basically.
They'll get a retroactive payment for the COLA on their check.
So this is going to be good till July of 19, 1 year.
Yes.
Yes, it would be, I don't know, it'd be staff's recommendations that we try to negotiate union contracts starting as soon as we can so that they can be budgeted for the budget committee. Again, the budget committee did not have any increases for any staff increases, and I would encourage us to get that negotiation done before May.
Commissioner Huxley?
Okay, so this does include the COLA also?
Yes.
Okay. So all the monetary increases?
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Boyce?
So I just assumed that the bottom figure on the right includes everything.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. Bruce, do you have anything to add, or have we not covered what you think is the path we're taking?
I do not have a thing, Mark. I think you laid it out. It's very simple. Just the adjustments in the insurance and the wages. Well, the insurance stayed the same. Wages and steps, and that minor adjustment hourly and schedule language.
Commissioner Huxley?
Does, Bruce, this is Tom Huxley. You mentioned the insurance stays the same. What's the,
we increased the insurance from $1,254 a month to $1,300 a month.
okay. So it stays the same only because there hasn't been a rate increase to move into that excess, but there could be on the first of the year, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking more at Julie Swift on that one.
This is
but-
Julie. The cap that was in the previous contract was $1,300. So the current premium is only $1,264, but they have a cap of $1,300. So when we get the increase effective January, it could potentially go.
Okay, so the cap did not change then. Okay.
So we're only talking, excuse me.
Commissioner Boyce?
We're only talking $36 then. $1,264.
That spreadsheet is up to the cap, so if it does increase, that is built in all that.
Thank you.
Any other
I think
questions?
That's expected. I mean, that it will increase. Yeah.
Are we having technical difficulties?
Okay, any further questions? Then I'm looking for a motion to approve the tentative Teamsters 223 agreement.
So moved, Madam Chair.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay.
Okay, Bruce, you can hang up now. Thank you for your time.
Sure. Very good. Thank you.
All right. Do we need to shut that phone off, or I'll just automatically hang up?
He just did.
It does look dead. Okay, thank you. All right, I will continue with my summaries here. We got a communication from FEMA that, that we had confirmation from them that Curry County has met the adopted time frame and will not be suspended from the NFIP for failure to adopt the flood ordinance. The ordinance will become effective on November 16th, early in the morning. So they will upload the information to the maps on the first part of the morning on November 16th. So we're good to go with that. I just want to make sure people were informed on that. You did pass that ordinance at the last meeting, and that will carry forward for the citizens of Curry County here.
I guess I won't get any more threatening letters, huh?
Flores Lake land swap, our appraisal is done. The state has done theirs, and they'll be going over it in executive session later on this month. I believe it's on the 28th, if I remember correctly. I will bring the state's appraisal to you in executive session on the December 5th meeting for you to consider financial ramifications of the two appraisals and whether one is higher or one are lower, and what are the ramifications or considerations for that if we want to continue with the land swap. So I know there have been some citizens that have asked that question, so we're just want to make sure that's done. Let's see, where did I put my report for code enforcement here?
Speaking of code enforcement, I've received some positive comments from some of the citizens who have benefited because of that.
So in my October report for code enforcement, we started the month with 12 cases. We had 16 more complaints received. We have 14 more opened. We gave out 9 written warnings, 2 verbal warnings, 1 citation, 2 enforcement actions, referral to another government agency, 1, cases resolved which were closed. We had 7, ending case count of 20, and then other public contacts were 3. I'll just give a couple highlights here. So one of them, we had a property up on Elk River. A fire broke out. There was multiple unpermitted campers and RVs that were living on this property, so against our zoning ordinances. And it's been that way since 1993 was the first letter I saw from the county that they were concerned about this property. Well, of course, they eventually had a problem, and this could have led to serious loss of life due to fire code issues, loose electrical wires, gas tanks laying around, setback requirements, more structures allowed than occupancy in that current zoning area, and we're trying to keep people safe and secure. Just remember, your property affects your neighbors when rules, codes, and ordinances aren't followed. So this is one of the reasons why we want people to follow codes and ordinances. This could have been a tragic event with all these people living unpermitted on the same property, and they'd burnt down a bunch of structures, and now these people are homeless. There's property in Ocean View there that we've been working on cleaning up. Again, multiple people living on the same property. And so we're working on cleaning that up. We've had 4 20-yard dumpsters of garbage pulled out of the property where these multiple tenants have been working. And so we're trying to cooperate with citizens that have issues and try to get them to clean up.
So that was at their expense, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yep.
I love
We're
that.
basically encouraging people to do this. And then Arizona Beach, which is a unlicensed motel that has failed inspections and public health inspections and water inspections for a long time. The property is in default. There are some elderly tenants up there that gave money to the landlord, and the landlord is no longer to be found in another state, and they lost their money, again, because it was an unlicensed, unpermitted occupancy of people. So there are reasons why we have zoning ordinances. People need to follow them because people have problems. I am working with the code enforcement officer and our building official to have a uniform tracking system for these issues. Right now we've been tracking them on a spreadsheet, and of course with the amount of traffic we're getting in code enforcement, the spreadsheet's going to get from me to Commissioner Boyce pretty soon. So we're going to be entering it into the building officials data network so that the ladies downstairs, if somebody comes in for a permit, we can look up to see, do they have an outstanding code violation already? Is there something, they already have 5 people living there, or 5 occupancies, and so we're going to try to coordinate to make sure those 2 departments work together. The code enforcement officer reports to me, however, because we work in multiple departments. So we get referrals from the sheriff's department. We get referrals from CCH Public Health Department. We would get information from the assessor's department and other people. So that's why it's a central administrative function versus underneath another department like that. Yes, sir.
Just before you get off this subject, I got to have a couple questions for you, but keep going. You're doing fine.
That's my summary on code enforcement. I'll go to building official next, but go ahead.
Did you see the property at Elk River by chance?
Yes, I went out there once.
You went up, and the code enforcement, Mr.
Yep.
Okay. I would assume that's a heavy fuel area for potential mega fires or forest fires?
No, it's a very grassy area.
Okay,
Yeah, there's
so
there's
not
any
a
trees
lot of
around there.
surrounding.
It doesn't look like it would spread around there. There's just grass fields around it.
Okay, but if it had been in that kind of an area, we would know what the consequences likely would have been. And also the Elk River Fire Department responded to that, and it just coincidentally, I think, had to do with east wind that come up that 14th or 15th, the same day the Klondike flared up. It seems like it was very close to the same time, but I could be wrong on that.
I don't have the dates on that particular problem up there. So.
Okay, so have you been to Arizona Beach?
Yes, many times.
Okay, so you've witnessed this sad state yourself, and you took the pictures? Because
No, I had Fortman take the pictures.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yep. Building official report. We basically are making great strides trying to get residents and citizens to take out building permits. And we have noticed a rash of just multiple people not taking out permits and not getting inspections. I'll give a couple examples. We have one property in the county. They built a house without a permit, inspections, or a foundation. So they don't have a certificate of occupancy. It most likely is unsafe to live in, probably can't get a mortgage, and probably can't sell it. And if they want to get a certificate of occupancy, they're going to have to jack the house up, put a foundation underneath it. I mean, these are significant costs, all because somebody didn't bother to get a permit and get a inspection for that. We have we've run.
So I have one quick question: is the tax assessor part of this loop, so that these folks can be taxed for whatever improvements they're?
The question there is, what's the value of those improvements?
Well, it's a whole lot.
I know.
They can't sell it.
Yeah, the first step is figuring out, is it going to be a safe residence for these people to live in? If it's not safe to live in, they can't live in there. That's what building. We are just an arm of the state. So the state, we are basically enacting and enforcing building violations and building inspections because the state insists on it. And so these are, there's a reason they're there. We've had a number of decks that have been repaired overlooking high areas without any permits or inspections. And it can be super dangerous if people basically, if you're 30 feet up and it's not done correctly, railings can fall over, people can fall off. I mean, there's a reason you have building codes, and everybody should follow these building codes. I mean, I would say this to the citizens. I say, permits are required for all work, regardless if it's a contractor or you're doing it yourself. If you're doing the work, call a building inspector to see if your project is small enough it doesn't need a permit, but assume all work needs a permit. That's the expectation that we're setting with the county. We're expecting people to permit their work, and we have run across what looks like years of people just not getting permits. And we're going to put a stop to it. There's a reason we have building codes. It keeps us safe, allows our houses to be sold, insured, provides uniform standards, applies to the current zone, and it's good for, it's good for society. You have everybody have the same standards for buildings. So I'm very happy with the building official. I think we're doing a great job there. So I want him to keep it up.
Commissioner Huxley, you have a comment?
I want to come back to that, but I don't want to interrupt for you to finish what you're talking about. Then I want to come back to this issue that you've just talked about.
I'm on a roll.
The permits?
No, yeah. So seriously, keep
All right.
going.
So the surveyor's report. In the past, you've seen the surveyor's report as part of the packet. It didn't make. She just sent it to me yesterday. So I'm just going to verbally.
I'm sorry. Say that.
The surveyor's report.
Yeah, but wrap that. I didn't catch that.
In the past, you've seen the surveyor's report in the packet. She just gave it to me yesterday. So
Who's she?
Yeah.
In the surveyor's office?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Yes. Yeah. And so basically, they're just talking about that they're continuing doing monument restorations and corner markers. And they would like to have the budget committee consider, increasing some of the fees for the department in order to stabilize the department itself, to provide more uniform coverage and staff coverage for it. We're looking at web development and updating some of the information you can get on markers on the website with the GIS. We're going to be working with that. and they have a report, surveys. They got $997 for the deposits. Riley worked 32 hours and Barbara worked 84 hours, and then they have 2 other guys who are out in the field and their timesheets are available for review. So that's just a little summary from the surveyor's office. I want to welcome the new county commissioner on board. So we'll be looking forward to working with Mr. Posh and going forward. And again, he'll be going to the AOC. I did talk to him today. He will be attending the AOC conference. He'll be going up on Monday afternoon, staying Monday night at one of the hotels up there. And the AOC has put together an agenda, strictly for commissioner-elects. It starts at like 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning. So that's why he's going to go up on Monday night. And I will coordinate with him and JJ with getting him the agenda and the packet for the information he needs for that. And I'm very, very excited that he's going to go up and have orientation for being a commissioner. So we'll look forward to that. He will be sworn in the first Monday in January, which is, I don't know, 7th, 9th?
I think it's the 7th, 12th?
The 7th.
Yeah.
Come on, JJ. You're supposed to have all the dates memorized.
Finally, I want to welcome, I'm giving notification to the county board per the county board ordinance that I'm hiring a planning director. Becky Crockett is her name. I have her resume here. You can all take a look at it, but she has worked for the Oregon Department of Transportation, being, program manager. She's worked as a sole proprietor, working with federal, state, and local governments to address regulatory land use, environmental issues, policies, technical analysis, water, wastewater, designs, business management, accounting. She's worked as a principal environmental planner. She's worked as a senior environmental planner, and she's worked with urban service manager. So she has extensive experience being a planner, and I'm very excited to bring Becky on board. Her first day will be on January 2nd, and I'm very excited to have her be in the planning director position. In the interim, we're going to continue with Mr. Bischoff, who is a contract employee, works on an hourly basis, and
That's John Bischoff.
John Bischoff.
Bruce Bischoff, who we
Sorry.
just talked to.
Yes,
That's
you're
okay.
right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Combination planner attorney.
They're both Italian.
No, they spell their name different too.
Yeah,
The last name's
I agree, but I
different.
mean,
yeah,
they
yeah.
sound the same, so we just got off the phone
Yeah.
with them. I just trying to
Thank
make sure.
Thank for clarification. Anyway, he was excited to bring somebody on board. He has retired, and he did not want to stay indefinitely as the interim part-time county planner. So he's excited to bring Becky on board and knows of her also. Becky Crockett is a local family, and she is very excited to come in and help the county.
I think she'll do a great job. I
Yeah.
just remember reading all of her resume when she applied for being on the planning commission.
And so, per Mr. Huxley's, comment earlier, I will coordinate with her concerning her planning commission and bring back, a need for a planning commissioner. And since the next meeting is not till December 5th, we probably will go forward with, selecting or seeking applicants during this month in November, and maybe put it on the website in order to hopefully get some candidates before she starts, so we have a full planning commission.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I have.
Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you. So that's going to be another month before we have the next meeting. I assume that meeting is going to be pretty loaded with responsibilities.
December 5th?
Yes.
I don't have anything that's outside of the normal range of a normal county board meeting.
Going a full month was probably because of the holidays. I mean, that would seem like a rational explanation.
Council Huddle?
Yeah, I mean, we don't normally go a month. I mean, I'm not complaining or saying that we shouldn't. I'm just trying to understand if we're all in agreement here, that's in the best interest of the county.
Okay, so I'll address that. Next week, we basically have, you, me, Huddle, we're gone for the OC conference. The week after that is the week of Thanksgiving, and Council Huddle will be gone that entire week. He'll be gone that entire week.
Okay.
I'll be gone the last 2 days, and so we could have a county board meeting on the 28th of this month, but
you're also saying we don't have that many agenda items right now, which I understand.
I don't have.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't have. I can't justify it right now.
Great.
So,
okay.
But we'll have an agenda on the 5th. I guarantee it. So.
Okay.
Council Huddle.
Thanks. And I just had 2, possibly 3 items that I could anticipate for the 5th, but one of them is a renewal of the agreement with Lane County for the GIS services, and I think they have done a slight increase in their cost, but that will be on the 5th. But really, other than that, it's just a renewal of the same thing we've already got. And the next thing would be a renewal of our franchise agreement with Charter to use our rights-of-way to provide cable services. And there will be a slight adjustment to the PEG fee on that. So really, some very limited single-issue items, which are pretty straightforward. And then I think, Clark, do you anticipate we'd be presenting the revised personnel rules on that meeting as well?
Well, no, I don't at this point.
Okay, good
because
enough. All right.
that's going to be reviewed by you, Commissioner Huxley and Swift,
and then
we're going to bring it to
department
the
heads.
department
Okay.
heads in December. So I would anticipate that coming to the county board in January.
Okay.
The other things I would have on for the 5th, we basically would have a public hearing for Curry County 4-H Extension Service District Annual Report. Fair board appointments need to be done. Need to hopefully appoint an applicant for the CCD appointment. Will be on that day. Brandt Media contract. We need to approve the local mental health authority applications for CCH, which is, I already have all the applicants. That's just an approval. I would hope to talk about Flores Lake consideration and the 10-year charter agreement. So that's what I have on the agenda so far. And if you are interested in what's on the future agendas, there's a clipboard on the shelf as you walk into your offices in JJ's office. We update that whenever we change it, and it's done on a spreadsheet. So we can, basically me, Huddle, JJ, Brenda see that, and we update that, and then we print it off whenever we make changes. So you're always welcome to look at that spreadsheet, or ask JJ or myself if there's been any current updates if you're curious about what we have going on in the future.
Okay. Did you have a comment, Commissioner Huxley?
I'll make it during my turn on commissioner comments, and I'll come back to a couple of comments you made there, but not to get things out of whack.
Okay. So any questions of Administrator Schroeder? Let's move on. Commissioner updates. Commissioner Boyce, you're first.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I have election hangover, I think. Just very interested and concerned for my country and watch the national and the state and, of course, the local results. I want to just pay a little tribute to neighboring counties and their commissioners. I don't know who filled the slot of Kelly Minty Morris in Klamath County, but she's been a very effective commissioner. Donnie Boyd and Derek DeGroot are excellent commissioners, and they are very helpful anytime. All of them are. Then you go to Jackson County. Colleen Roberts has been a tremendous mentor of mine, and she just won a second term along with Rick Dyer. Bob Strasser is in the middle of his term. Then Josephine County. Commissioner Hare, if you're listening by chance to our Curry County meeting, you will really be missed. He's been there 8 years. He has basically led that county back to full, at least somewhat could be interpreted, financial health, and it's taken him 8 years. He has spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C. as a lobbyist, and worked for 1 or 2 different congressmen back there, U.S. representatives, and just has tremendous respect. So he will be missed. He was replaced by Mr. Fowler. I think his first name is John. So I'll be anxious to meet him and welcome him on board, and hopefully I can offer some of the help that Josephine County, Lily Morgan, and Dan DeYoung have helped us with. And then you go to Douglas County. They have a new commission that replaces Representative Gary Leaf. He is, I'm drawing a blank on his name now. I've not met him yet. It'll come to me in a moment. But he won rather on a three-person race, did very well there. And then, of course, my cousin Chris is in the middle of his term. So is Tim Freeman, who's the head of the Association of ONC Counties and also involved in Association of Oregon Counties. We'll meet him, see him next week. I think Coos County, John Sweet defeated Kathy Iman, the wife of former Secretary of State Bill Bradbury. She would have been a very good commissioner, but John Sweet is just, he is just absolutely tops, and also owns property in Curry County and is a great source for us. The Coos County Commissioners, Melissa Cribbins and Bob Main, they have tremendous respect around the state as well. Highly ethical and very, very hardworking. So I'm just offering a little tribute to those people, and I'll be reaching out from Curry County. They're reaching out to us, and from a regional perspective and position, there's a lot we can do. We have, of course, as you know, many very similar and related issues from small rural counties. The report that Council Huddle gave today was very helpful, and the document that you had, Administrator Schroeder, that showed the work that the library and the city of Brookings have done. I just want to spend just a little bit of time on that, because we talked about the benefit of our code enforcement officer, the benefit to the county, and the effectiveness that can be, and hopefully will be, and what we see coming at us with the various nuisance properties, the messes. You know, the whole homeless issue is not just going to be a Port of Brookings or a Harbor issue or an Elk River issue or as an Arizona Beach issue. It is something that should concern us all. You know, here's just one news release from the city of Brookings, where they've shut down their Mill Beach restroom. And what I'm going to read on this short paragraph basically is, because I want to highlight, I don't think we would have been having this conversation even 2 years ago. So how we respond as a community, collectively, the county, I just have a concern of what we're going to be dealing with over time, and how we respond or don't respond is going to be critical to our ability to pull everybody together and solve some of these problems. But here's the news release. The restroom located at Mill Beach will be closed until further notice. The restroom has been severely damaged several times over the past few months. Hypodermic needles, clothing, and other material continue to clog up the system, destroying the pump. The continual misuse has required numerous call-outs to keep the restrooms open. However, the pump that was installed in the last month has now been destroyed again. Restrooms at Azalea Park, along with others, have been experiencing similar damage, but will remain open at this time. So I also have a couple big maps that Tad set up for us, facilities and maintenance. Just shows a little bit of a comparison on the Klondike and the Checo Bar fire. I think that it's pushing $300 million between Josephine and Curry County to fight these fires, combine the U.S. Forest Service and Oregon Department of Forestry. I think one of my jobs, one of all of our jobs, is to lobby for the budgets of both the Forest Service and the Oregon Department of Revenue, because of the fire risk that Oregon is going to experience the next few years. But between Josephine County and Curry County, we have lost about 400, not quite 400 acres, 400,000 acres. And so I gotta hope and pray that we don't have a reburn on that. And I'll be spending a lot of time this month with Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest Supervisor Merv George, and I think he's going to be a great ally. I think he understands what our counties are up against, and I think we can count on him to contribute towards much updated policies on how to prevent, or at least improve the odds of preventing some of these catastrophic fires. And Curry County is sitting in perhaps one of the most high-risk areas in the entire country because our forests are so deep, our terrain is so rugged. An acre goes up and down. It's just the same reason our towers sometimes are difficult to have good reception, transmission and reception, because the area is so rugged, and that's why it's also very difficult to fight fires, to get people in, and then to make sure you have a backup plan to get them out safely. So, Madam Chair, I think that's all I have for the remainder of this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have just a little bit to report. I attended a Brookings City Planning meeting last night with a concern that Dooley Creek, Taylor Creek, Lone Ranch, and Ram Creeks could possibly have had some water taken from them that would affect the Cape Ferrelo district there, that all are dependent upon getting their water from these areas. And so bottom line, the Planning Commission there decided to delete that verbiage before they took it to the City Council so that we could avoid some possible issues with water problems in the Cape Ferrelo area. So that's pretty much it. Yes?
Is that, those creeks are in the city limits of Brookings?
Yes, because of the college, the Lone Ranch area.
Pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're going to be putting a 1,000-unit development in there, 1,000 homes.
So that you're talking about Borax?
Borax, yes.
Yeah.
So that could impact.
Can you say, or do they know who might have taken the water, or they probably can't say right now, or what's happening there?
Well, I'm not sure yet, but they're just kind of preparing, it sounded to me like. And so they were getting an ordinance ready for the city. But I was concerned not just as a county commissioner, but as Cape Ferrelo chair of the fire department, which would include all of that area. Plus, I live in that area. I was concerned about the water for the people simply because a lot of times people run out of water in the summer in that area. Anyway, I had some real big concerns on that, so I was able to get that deleted from that ordinance, which I think was good. Yes?
Thank you. And you mentioned the creeks that go through that property, and they're in the city limits of Brookings, but they're not exclusively in the city limits of Brookings.
Right, they go
upstream, and the headwaters is in county jurisdiction. And I think besides yourself, Commissioner Golden, I appreciate your efforts in the matter. Myself, John Bischoff, and Clark, I think we're kind of in the loop on this, but one of the things is we reviewed our own comprehensive plan, and we don't have those creeks inventoried as a resource in our comp plan. So I think when the new planning director gets here,
maybe they need to be included.
They'll need to look at it. It might not be the only part of our comp plan that needs a good look. So
yeah. Okay, I'm done. Commissioner Huxley.
In the last meeting on the 31st, and I didn't hear any explanation today in comments from Commissioner Boyce. But Commissioner Boyce had mentioned that he would give some examples of the really squandered funds, that the county is squandering funds. And he had specific examples, but he didn't want to give them, get into that at that meeting. I requested right after that if he would get back to us with those specifics in writing. And clearly I haven't seen them. I would make that request again of Commissioner Boyce for the next meeting. I have tired of hearing statements without any foundation or accusations, and or in this case, statements with no supporting facts, and so I would request that again from Commissioner Boyce at the next meeting. On Administrator Schroeder's comments in about 135, you mentioned that these are reasons we have zoning ordinances. That's not a quote, but I think it's a pretty accurate paraphrase after you had gone into some of the code issues, that this new staff member has run in or got into. And I think it's excellent that the county is now making headway into code enforcement. I think it's great. It will initially, as it's doing, create spurts of others, filing complaints, but as that in time, I think will dwindle significantly as people understand that, hey, they're actually going to enforce this, we better not do it. The curve's not there yet, but I think everything really excellent. But to code enforcement, and you have the code, the code enforcement code, or the zoning ordinance for the county that dates back to 2009, I believe. And yes, that's why we need the zoning ordinances, but we need people that understand internally what the zoning ordinances say. And I don't believe we have that. And I'm going to give you an example of why I don't believe we have that. I had addressed an issue on Harbor Hills Heights Road and up into the Harbor Hills, where you have, for years it's gone on with, we want to do this, we want to do that. The water runoff or the storm water runoff is absolutely mind-boggling coming off the Harbor Hills at various points where they've collected, ODOT's collected data for years. I mean, it's phenomenal. We're talking, in millions of gallons a day.
So where does it go? Down into the port?
And it goes down to the port. It goes through the lily fields. There are several different creeks. There are more creeks than you can even imagine. And having gone before in 2008, having gone before the Board of Commissioners here as a citizen when they met jointly with the city of Brookings in December of 2008 on an issue up in Harbor Hills and telling them that it was a bomb ready to go off. And that's the phrase that I used. Three weeks later, this one that had been scalped, an acre had been scalped. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. People in this planning department here didn't care or didn't know, didn't understand. And they had a landslide. And it was about 3,000 tons of debris that came down. When it went across Harbor Hills Heights Road, the mud line on the few trees that were still there was about 20 feet high.
Is that a county road?
Okay, that's not a county maintained road. It is a publicly dedicated road, but it's not a county maintained road. But that had nothing to do with the slide. The slide was from a new home that was being built on property in the Harbor Hills. And that's got to the point of the county ordinances, the zoning ordinances. And I had recently seen activity into a creek and with the new concrete swale going up Harbor Hills Heights Road. And I raised the question, were building permits pulled? And individuals have gone out to look, and I'm not going to go into the names or exactly what they felt, but hey, there's no problem, there's no safety issue. But the safety issue has nothing, ultimately that's a result, but the safety issue has nothing to do with the zoning ordinances. zoning ordinances don't care or differentiate whether it's a county road or a publicly dedicated road or anything else. It's property that is developed, okay? And you can't put or you're not supposed to put a home in up on private property that you access with a publicly dedicated road without a permit. You're not supposed to build a home anywhere essentially without a permit, whether it's a private or a public or a dirt road or a concrete road or any type of road is not material. And I would refer, I've referred back to Administrator Schroeder on the bottom line here was, well, hey, there's no problem, you know, pretty much end of subject. You have a Brookings Public Facilities Plan that refers back to these same ordinances, these same storm surface water and facilities plans, jointly signed by Curry County and the city of Brookings. You have the Curry County ordinance and our zoning ordinance. Yeah, it's 2009, September 2009. And sections go into development activity and any proposed use of land that requires disturbance of vegetation on soils. Doesn't care whether it's on this maintained road or that maintained road or this person's property or that person's property. It's in the ordinance. You can go further into sections 300, erosion prevention control. Again, there's no differentiation. Development affected, the square footage, if you remove or disturb so many square feet because of the horrific issues that they've had in the past. That's why they developed this zoning ordinance. You know? So it's my request that don't just dismiss my comments. Somebody needs to understand the reasons that you have the zoning ordinance, what's in the zoning ordinance, and they need to look at this and other projects. And that's my request and the reasons for it.
Council Huddle?
So, Commissioner Huxley, you said you were looking at the zoning ordinance from when?
The zoning ordinance, the Curry County zoning ordinance is corrected. It was as of September 2009. To my knowledge, that's the latest zoning ordinance. And
I think it's not the latest.
Okay.
Because if you recall, it was within the last couple of years, and in particular with respect to the topic of road standards. If you remember, we had coordinated an effort between the Community Development and Planning Department and then the Roads Department as to which of those departments would be really responsible for road standards and those kind of things. And I think we actually eliminated a lot of the road standard language from the Community Development Ordinance, from the zoning ordinance. But I'd have to go back.
And that may be, but this is the latest one that I was able to, that I had in my archives and was able to verify that existed. And I do recall something. I'm just not sure if it was in the same document or not.
Mr. Boyce?
Thank you.
I'm going to defer.
Oh.
Yeah,
Schroeder?
Yeah, just to Mr. Commissioner Huxley's commentary about this issue. We did look into it. We did spend some staff time on it. I sent him an email that basically situated that when looking at it, it looks like there probably was a permit that would be required for this type of work. But given the lack of staff time we have and the priorities we have, we would address it as time allows. So if we have an issue where we're having people where, we have people in unlicensed motels or a house that's going to blow away in the first big storm, we're going to spend our time and energy there, and eventually we'll come back to, we'll put it on the tracking list, just like any other complaint. And we're a complaint-driven code enforcement agency. We don't drive around. I don't drive around and say, hey, there's a problem here. If it affects somebody's life and they're complaining about it, we put it on the list, and then we will track it as we get there. And so we'll put this on the list. And as we, get to it, we'll get to it.
Commissioner Huxley?
That is not what this email says, but so I will put that request that this be put into the public record.
Okay, any other comments? Commissioner Boyce?
Commissioner Huxley, on my assertion that there's been squandered funds, did you not hear me say earlier today that twice on December 5th that I would have a full report? But I can give you one if you like. You know, I'm a full-time commissioner, so I get a lot done, and I get it done fairly timely. But regarding December 5th, one would be back to your attorney, okay? And I want you to answer the people on this. It is your attorney, even if it's your past attorney, and twice after a pro bono job that he did for you, you voted to hire him, and then twice you voted to pay him. To compound the problem and the difficult it is for this county, now he's apparently on an open-ended send in the bill. We don't even know if we have, I'm sorry, a limit on what he's going to spend or what he's going to be able to charge us for in labor negotiations. So I know you believe he's not your attorney, okay, or that this wasn't unethical or a conflict of interest. I think the people need to make that call. Not you, not me. Thank you. And I'll have the other ones on December 5th that you requested.
Thank you, in
and
writing.
And the citizens will have it too.
In writing. Is that correct?
I don't know what you mean by writing. I'm going to give a report, and you can disagree or agree, or you can do your research. You can do whatever you like.
Will it be a written report?
A
verbal like
you know, like I said, I'll do it on my timeline. I'll
sure
give the
you will.
citizens the information,
I'm sure you will.
and it's up to them to decide if there's any squandered funds in this county.
Okay, this
Okay.
meeting's adjourned. Thank you much for coming.